forever.
Well, I'll bring him in if that happens.
Right, okay, exactly. Please do. I do throw the color catchers in. They make the
my wife does that too.
You can throw the color catchers. Yeah, it absorbs, like if there's dye in the clothes, it absorbs it. So it does.
Well, Cody was the star of the show today. I think we can agree that.
Yeah,
100%.
Thanks for joining us. We'll be back here tomorrow. Have a great Tuesday.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Busy start to the morning here. We've got a lot to cover. We'll get more into that in just a minute, but I want to get us inside this Lake County Commission meeting as commissioners are getting ready to vote on potentially raising the gas tax. We are hearing from them right now, kind of getting the chance to discuss in response to a presentation that was given earlier today and public comment as well. We are hearing right now from Commissioner Sean Park, who is saying that he's going to vote in favor of this. This would raise the gas tax in Lake County from 7 cents to 12 cents a gallon. County says it was raised about $7 million a year to help with road repairs and improvements. We've been seeing this discussion in several other counties in our area as well. Let's go ahead and listen in ahead of this vote.
I have a proposal that I will put out if this gets us the fourth vote, where tonight we lowered the millage rate, and that's a whole discussion, and you know what our discussion about having the concerns over reserve and the impact on the lowering a millage rate is on reserve. And there's a wonderful graph that Jennifer has that, you know, she will show us tonight, where our millage rate is kept at a curve like this, but the expenditures that we all have to constitutionally support go up like this, and that gap keeps widening every year, and there's no ability, as Mr.
I think we can cut another $500,000 out of the budget.
Yeah, so to get right to it, let's cut $500,000 out of it tonight, and Florida statute 336.025 allows, in a case where we might need the gas tax, if we enact it today, this statute 336.025 would allow us to use out of reserves the gas tax to address a concern that might come up with roads related during a storm or some kind of
a washout.
Yeah, so that would address our concern. I know your concern about about
Brick
reserves.
Road,
About
for
reserve.
example.
Exactly, exactly.
And I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't bring this up. It's my hope that once we get our roads taken care of, we can continue but lower the impact on our citizens every day through their property fees.
Yeah, yeah, and so this proposal then, I mean, if you think about it, you're going to gain the revenue over the next 10 years or however long this is enacted for resurfacing, which frees up more money from other sources. And I don't believe the state is going to help us any more than what they are going to do, what they've done this past year, despite them saying they have money in reserve. Projections show at the state that we'll actually be in a deficit in 2 years. It's amazing in Florida. So I think that is, I think we have to put more skin in the game. So we're able to do that with this proposal. We're able to show the residents that we're trying to be sensitive to property taxes as well, take it very serious. But then we do have a reserve ability to use the gas tax in a reserve situation, in an emergency situation, according to this statute. And I just think it's a good solution. I'm hoping one or both of those with questions will do that. But I understand both sides of this as well. I'll say that too.
I appreciate that suggestion or offer. Commissioner Sabatini?
Just first, I want to follow up on, tonight I'll be making a motion or seconding somebody else's motion to reduce the millage by another $500,000. So I think that's a great idea, and we've already cleared that it's not going to have a direct effect on roads. So I'm opposed to this. I'm opposed to new taxes, especially taxes that are regressive, that hurt working class people more, people who work every single day, 9 to 5. That's my definition of working class. And so I'll be voting no, but I appreciate the conversation.
So a couple of thoughts from my standpoint. I think one of the best things that this board has done is put the MSTU in place for any new subdivisions that come through county approval, so that a new subdivision actually, within their subdivision, they capture the funding to be able to resurface the roads inside their subdivision. So I think that's been a super positive thing. I feel like the slides that showed the pictures of the roads that are degrading and indicated, I think in most of them, they were subdivisions built around the 80s, is an extremely compelling reason why the voters of Lake County would probably vote in favor of a referendum to do this. If we showed that the money was going, 80% apparently, based on the presentation, would go to neighborhood roads. They would go to neighborhood roads. They wouldn't, this fee or tax wouldn't change whether you wait in line at, 44B in Donnelly. It's not going to change that at all. This is strictly for resurfacing. 80% of it will go to resurfacing subdivision roads, most of which were built in the 70s, 80s. So I guess from my standpoint, I feel like this is something that voters would support, especially if you showed them that your neighborhoods are going to get resurfaced. The roads in your neighborhoods are going to get resurfaced. I don't agree that it's fair, and I guess everybody sort of agrees that it's not fair because electric vehicles aren't paying it. Diesel isn't paying it. Diesel are we know that a lot of the roads in my district are torn up because of large trucks. And they're important. I mean, it's commerce. They need to be there. They're doing work. But that doesn't seem fair. I do think that, and I appreciate the comments about, you're elected to make hard decisions. You got to stand up, be a leader, do what's hard. And sometimes, some of the things that we have to make decisions about are very difficult because we do make half the room happy, half the room mad. Rarely, never do you make everyone happy, right? And I appreciate the fact that so many people from the business community are here today supporting this, and I appreciate you all getting together and deciding, this is good for business, let's do this. From my standpoint, I never ran on a platform of raising taxes. Never. That's never anything I ever told people I would do as a county commissioner. Unilaterally make a decision to raise their taxes. And when there have been times when we've had to make tough decisions, with regard to millage rates and so forth. My goal has always been to keep the taxes as low as possible. I get that this falls into that category of kind of being like a user fee. But again, I think that we could sell it to the residents of Lake County to support this in a referendum. And so I would go that route. I would ask the voters to support this if this is what they want us to do in order to resurface roads and make it really clear. This is not going to build new roads. That's not what this is for. It's strictly for resurfacing. And so we could take that to the voters and see if they would support that. But I'm not.
So what happens if they don't? What's your answer if they don't, if they vote it down?
We will continue to do what we've been doing, which is using a combination of our MST.
Can I jump in though?
Wait a minute. We had issues when people were yelling and doing things. I mean, we don't do that. So I don't think that's appropriate for people to be.
There's 38 counties that the county commission have made the decision to do that.
And maybe those commissioners went out and ran on that platform. And maybe that is part of what was, in the community support for it.
So it doesn't look like we're going to have, I want to go ahead and call the vote and see where everybody stands now and not put it on a referendum. Maybe we'll bring it back in a year when the political environment changes or something.
Yeah, and I would second that. And I mean, I have discussions. I respectfully totally disagree that it would not help people that are waiting in traffic at 44B and Hammock Ridge Road and all these other roads, because as was clearly discussed, we are using what money we have now for resurfacing. It's going to free up money for projects for us to be able to use more out of general fund for capacity projects. The state is not going to do anything different. We are going to be in the same frustrating scenario at MPO meetings saying, why is my project that's been on the LOPP been there for 10 years and it's not even funded? Well, they're going to say, because you haven't put money in the game, and it's not cost feasible. This is a first step to get us to be cost feasible. It has a totally direct impact on how these other capacity projects. It's just doing something that we should have done. I didn't run on trying to raise taxes either, and I don't think any of us did. But I also ran on trying to be fiscally conservative and knowing that these roads that are going to be 5s and go to 4s, it's going to cost them 10 times more, let's just say 4 times more than it would be to actually resurface it. So I don't want to put them in a situation, or myself, where these roads I mean, in my neighborhood, I'm seeing rock base coming up right now. And I just know enough to know that's expensive to fix that road. It's no longer just a simple resurfacing. And I just don't want to put them in that position, us in that position of repaving roads with new base where it's more costly as well. So, I mean, I understand it. I understand your concern about that.
I don't understand it, but go ahead.
I'm curious, Anthony, what is your answer?
Well, first of all, let me ask you this. If you put it on a referendum and the voters of Lake County say no, you're okay with trying to jam it down their throats anyways?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
I'm a little surprised by that. I know that the voters of both Lake County and the state of Florida have both either embraced or rejected tax.
So my question is, how are we going to fix the roads? How would you fix the roads now?
Your definition of fixing the roads is very different from mine,
Okay.
and I'm not on the firing line here. You've called the question. I think Kirby seconded, so let's have our vote.
Well,
We do have a first and a
Sean
second.
seconded, but I fully support it.
Yeah. And I think that's the question. This is part of a plan,
So here's a couple of things that.
I think we've already had the debate. I would rather just see the vote get recorded.
So here's a couple of things. Diesel come up. Diesel pays about 60 cents more a gallon currently today than gasoline. Another thing that came up was, do we have a list of roads? Well, we've got 8 pages of roads that are 4s and 5s that need to be redone. The third thing that's come up is, we know up here that we use a lot of our capital money to resurface roads because everybody's complaining about roads. If we have this user fee, now I didn't run on raising taxes. I'm a full conservative. I want to keep taxes as low as possible. However, I'm a fan of heads and beds because that's visitors paying for some of our marketing and some of our infrastructure to bring in visitors. I'm a fan of this because it's not solely on the backs of Lake County citizens. There's no other way to do this other than putting it solely 100% on the back of Lake County citizens other than this fee.
I agree.
And I'm not in favor of making my aunt who drives 3 miles a week pay the same as somebody who owns 10 trucks that drives 1,000 miles a week pay the same amount. It's just not right. So we have a couple of choices. We can either put it 100% on the backs of the Lake County citizens, or we can do the proper thing and have everybody who uses those roads and fills up their gas pay their amount that should be paid. We have roads that are listed. We know that we use capital money on resurfacing currently today. We can transfer that back to capital to help 44, to help Heartwood Marsh, to help all these roads that have capital needs. We have already charged the developers the highest we possibly can for another 2 years. We can't charge them anymore. Even if we wanted to, we can't. It's against the law. So we have to wait 2 years on that. So this is the only option we have. We either have a user fee or put it solely back on the taxes of the citizens of Lake County. I'm not willing to do that.
So since we're having a debate, though, I do want to point out the fact that we do resurface roads with sales tax money. And sales tax money, 1/3 of the sales tax money comes from people who are buying goods in Lake County. So it's not 100% that our other sources are only property taxes. We do use sales tax.
But when you want to free up sales tax for capacity projects.
Yeah, no, it's always a juggling act. I mean, everybody in this room, I'm sure, our home budgets, we always wish we had a little bit more. We always have things we wish we could do more of. We have needs, not wants, but needs that we need more money for. We're always juggling, and that's part of what we do, and I think that's part of what I think a lot of what people in Lake County expect us to do is to understand that we can't do everything. We have to work with what we have, and they expect us to be fiscally conservative. We don't do that. We would be here all day long and night. But another thing I want to point out is I want to keep coming back to this. 80% of these roads are in subdivisions. We're not talking about our major collector roads and arterial roads. We're talking about the fact that I do think that people would support it if they knew that we were going to be working on getting neighborhood roads resurfaced, and that's what the majority of this tax would go to.
But I would say, I'm sorry.
Just a minute.
Okay.
On the other issue with regard to the legislature, I really think that we should push the legislature on allowing us to use tourism tax, hotel taxes that come in from people staying in Lake County to pay for road needs. And I think that should be across the board in the state of Florida, considering that we are a tourism economy. That would make so much sense to allow roads throughout the state of Florida to be either maintained or built using hotel taxes. So I think it's something important. I do think legislative issues, I think we have to keep putting the pressure on for additional legislative sources. But we've got a motion, we've got a second. We know where everybody's going to vote.
Well, we got more comments too.
Yeah, just a little more. Just a few more.
I mean, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, no, I think this is important to have it on the record.
Who are you trying to persuade on the 5-person board at this point?
I'm trying to persuade one of you two.
Okay. Well, I'm not persuaded.
I'm just, I get that. I understand.
And by the way, respectfully, they did a good job. I mean, listen.
Yeah.
There's things you're radically opposed to. There's things you're opposed to. I'm opposed to this. I'm not radically opposed. I'm opposed.
Yeah.
With that said, they made their arguments. You've made your arguments. I'm just a little curious why we want to dwell further.
Well, I'm just trying to make it clear then, I guess, maybe it is being repetitive, that, again, so everybody understands, that you're seeing the 80% of the local roads, but we use general fund and sales tax right now for resurfacing. So if this is approved, the resurfacing frees up money for other capacity projects. I mean, I don't understand. I just don't understand that argument. But Yeah, and again, about being fiscally conservative, I think that's a point that, why we're supposed to manage these roads and their liabilities. I'm not going to let something at my house go where I could be doing routine maintenance, and the reference was made where, it's going to cost me and my family something because of my irresponsibility, 10 times the amount. So I just don't want to be in that position. Again, it's tough. I offered a solution, I thought, maybe to offset that a little bit with the general fund millage rate so that it could be palatable to do that, meaning that you can literally, from this statute, use monies from gas tax for reserve occasions, disasters, and that being that we are concerned about our reserve and what we do with the millage rate affects that. Here's a solution for that. So,
You make good points.
All right. So we've got a motion, we've got a second. Did you have any more comments or discussion?
We just implore you to vote for approval.
And again, I think I've said all I can say. It's just not something I'm going to support. I think the voters of Lake County might support it. I would certainly go to bat and try to put that out there and see if we can get that support. But I'm not going to vote in favor of adding a new tax in Lake County right now. I don't think it's the right time to do that. I think that everybody is, it's tough as it is with the property taxes, but it's we all have a lot of expenses, and I'm not going to go there.
So if we have an
a motion.
opportunity to approve this and lower the property taxes, you forgot?
I'm in favor of lowering property taxes
No,
tonight.
that's the
100%.
solution that
that's what I
Kirk's put up.
proposed.
I hope you'll still stand with that tonight. So
Well, there's no way to use this. I won't, because you can't. Well, our reserves are already down. I mean, this provides a tool. I mean,
when we took out the loan a couple years ago to do resurfacing, we couldn't even use the entire amount that we had because it was impossible to get enough contractors to get the work done. So if you raise $12 million a year, there's no guarantee you're going to be able to actually do your resurfacing of $12 million a year.
Carry it
I
over.
just think that's a bad argument.
Well, I
That
just
is
think
a bad
I think it's a practical reality. It's a practical reality.
I mean, that's like saying we have the money now, but nobody's going to come and resurface our roads. I mean, you still collect the money, and but actually, if you have more that you're using, you're actually going to draw contractors, those in the business.
Well, the whole argument is you're going to get this much done over this much time, but if you can't actually get that much done, then why would you collect any more than you absolutely could use? So I mean, we all have our reasons, and I don't think that it needs to be, I don't think that it needs to be what it, kind of feels like it's getting a little personal here. Everybody's got their convictions.
Everybody's made great arguments.
Everybody's got their convictions. We've stated our convictions. People know where we stand, and there we go. All in favor?
I just want to make one more statement. It's just not for county roads. It's also for city roads as well, because cities get part of this funding.
It's true.
That's just,
So we have a motion, we have a second. The motion is to go forward with the 5-cent additional gas tax. All in favor, say aye.
aye.
All opposed, say aye. Aye. All right. We're going to take it's 20 after 11. We're going to come back in at 11:30, and then we'll pick up our next item. And I do want to move up. The tab 23 is a short item. It's the Okahumpka.
The Lake County Commission meeting a little tense at times as they debated the potential hike of the gas tax. Would have raised it from 7 cents to 12 cents. We should note, so it is a 5-person board there, and if you were confused why it appeared that 3 voted in favor, 2 were against it, as we heard from Anthony Sabatini and also from Leslie Campione, who were talking about their opposition to this, and they were trying to be persuaded. That's because this issue required a supermajority, so they would have needed to win over one of them. So the Lake County Board of County Commissioners at this time not moving forward with that gas tax hike. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, quite a bit going on in the tropics now.
Absolutely, Garrett. The lull is over, and we've got to be on guard now for the next about 6 to 8 weeks. We've got a couple of systems that may impact our region, not Florida, but like the waters east of Florida, as soon as this weekend. It's going to be a close shave, and then we're going to have to watch out for the Gulf in early October for possible backyard homegrown tropical development. So without further ado, let's get right to it. Here's a look outside right now. The waves rolling in big time. Waves about 4 to 5 feet. This is from Hurricane Gabrielle, which is way out in the Atlantic. It's east of Bermuda, but it's a big Cat 4, and it's sitting swell all the way back to Daytona Beach and the east coast beaches of Florida and up and down the southeast and mid-Atlantic coastline. There's going to be a high risk for rip currents, not just today, but straight through the weekend and possibly beyond, because we've got more tropical systems ahead that'll be passing by our region this weekend to our east. First off, though, today's high will be around 92 degrees, so we're going to be at a slightly warmer than normal setup in Orlando. Our typical high is 89 this time of the year. And with higher temperatures, higher humidity, we're going to have a higher storm chance. And so unlike yesterday, we should see a higher concentration of storms setting up. Here's a look at future radar. This is new for 11 o'clock. We're going to have some storms developing maybe around Brevard County pretty much the next hour or two. This would be like a lunchtime timeline, and then slowly propagate west. And in doing so, we should see some of these storms firing up from Sanford to Orlando and to Titusville anytime between about 2 and 5 p.m. But it looks like the greatest concentration in Orlando will be about 4 to 6 p.m., so it may impact our evening commute. Now, the overall chance for rain is 40%. So that's not statistically likely, but it's a slightly higher concentration of rain than obviously what we saw yesterday. This time of year, there's not like a driving force for the storms. It's not like there's a front coming in. So it's just a matter of kind of trying to gauge the instability of the air mass. And that's where the uncertainty lay. All right, speaking of uncertainty, the tropics, inherently uncertain. But one thing is sure, Hurricane Gabrielle, depicted here, located northeast of Bermuda, is heading away from the U.S. and toward the general direction of Europe. Now, it will lose its tropical characteristics in the next several days, becoming a big ocean storm, still powerful, still a big swell maker, and it still could bring some heavy rain to parts of Europe. But this is a big old Cat 4 right now out over the open Atlantic. Thank goodness not affecting Florida or any land masses at this time, but shipping lanes will experience the full force of this. As I mentioned, it's heading off toward the northeast. We'll track it coming up, but we've also got a couple of tropical waves to talk about. You see these blobs. There's one near Dominica and another one to the east. Both of those are likely to become tropical systems this weekend, and they're in pretty close proximity to each other. First off, Gabrielle moves out. It's going to head on over to, it looks like maybe the Iberian Peninsula, that is Portugal and Spain, losing its tropical characteristics though. It'll be like what's called a post-tropical low. Still a lot of wind. It'll just be structured differently. But Portugal and some of the big surf spots there, like Nazaré, could get like 100-foot waves. It sounds insane, but they have incredible surf there in parts of Portugal. And so people will be watching that one very carefully. There's actually big surf competitions sometimes when they have big swell like that. All right, so back to those two tropical waves. 90% chance of development for that eastern tropical wave and a 60% chance, which is likely, of the western tropical wave. Now, that cold front that this weekend will be strewn across the southeast should steer the farther west system, the one we'd have to watch carefully, away from Florida, east of us. But some of the models bring it kind of close to Florida. And if it was to track closer to our east coast this weekend, we'd have some impacts with high wave action, some coastal erosion, and some rain issues. But it looks like, based on, keep in mind, it's Tuesday, and this is looking ahead to this weekend, but usually in this kind of a setup, it would pass just to our east, but we got to watch it. That Invest 94, that could become Imelda. That would be the next name after Umberto. Umberto would be like Invest 93. That's the next name. That would be the 90% one to the east. So that would be likely Umberto. Some of our computer models suggest Umberto, by the way, could become a major hurricane and possibly impact Bermuda next week. So it looks like, indeed, this hurricane season will be what's called backloaded, where we get most of the action during the last third of the hurricane season, where we just get storm after storm. And as I mentioned, once we get into October, we may be looking at Jerry and Karen and a couple of systems that could form to our west. And we'd have to watch the track of those, because those would be more likely to push into either our neck of the woods or somewhere on the Gulf Coast. All right, our 7-day forecast features scattered afternoon storms today and tomorrow, becoming more numerous as we head toward the end of the work week. Uncertainty this weekend, obviously. It looks like, though, that system, at least based on the latest consensus of the computer models, will push east of Florida. But of course, we've got to watch that very carefully, as we always do during the hurricane season. hopefully that clears it up, Garrett. It's just going to be a hot summer-like week, which is kind of ironic since this is the first week of fall.
Right. Yeah. Happy fall. Feels like summer. It's just how it goes.
More of the same.
Right.
You bet.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
As always, my pleasure. Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I tell you what, my mind this week is already looking ahead to Wednesday. We've got a busy Tuesday here. It's already been a busy Tuesday. We just listened into the Lake County Commission meeting, checked in on the tropics. Let me give you a live look right now inside a Tallahassee committee room where we are hearing once again from the House Select Committee on Property Taxes, hearing a number of presentations. Right now, getting a presentation on county governments and their expenditures when it comes to property taxes. This is part of a panel discussion today. One of the things that's also happening today is an overview from the governor's office when it comes to Doge efforts that are looking at local government spending. We would expect an update on that today, and also expect to hear more from these committee members speaking today and discussing some of their proposals and some of the things there. You do see they are talking right now about some of the county responsibilities, basically looking at property taxes and the budgets, the revenue, the millage rates, all of those things that certainly play into the services of government, the tax rates as well of these localities across the state that would be impacted if the decision was made to get rid of property taxes. So this is a conversation going on right now in Tallahassee. And you know what? As they're asking some questions, let's go ahead and listen in for a couple of minutes.
On your committee here, we were in the trenches together. I can tell you he very effectively worked with our sheriff at the time and other constitutionals to request they provide line on them, and they did. But to your point, they're not required to do so.
And sometimes it's a follow-up, so I'll shut up. Thank you.
Did you get your answer? Did you get the answer you were looking for? Confirmation that there's no line item. Thank you. We're going to move to Representative Hart. You're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. I was just wondering, if we get rid of all property taxes, what do you think will collapse within the first 3 months? Or will you all as counties and cities go out and make something happen to keep police and some other stuff from collapsing?
Ms. Manzo?
That would be $34 million of my $82 million general fund budget. And I do have other funds that go, other resources that I have to move into special revenue funds like planning, zoning. There's not sufficient funds to support, fees that we collect to support that. So we have to move over like half-cent sales tax or some of those small county surtax monies to support that. So when I look at that, I'm looking at parks and recreation, code enforcement, we also have veteran services, senior services. There's programs we provide like that are outside public safety. Because when I look at what public safety provides, that's, including the special assessments. So I have about $12 million in fire rescue from special assessments. That's $40.3 million. So we would definitely have to take a look at, but that gives you an idea, I hope.
Mr. Moshka?
Yes, Madam Chair. The largest percentage of ad valorem revenue that we expend, the largest cost center is on public safety. So that would be law enforcement, corrections, EMS, and fire.
Madam Chair, I mentioned earlier we collect $2.167 billion in ad valorem taxes. Our next largest combined revenue sources, other fees, gas taxes, those kinds of things, everything combined, license permits, that only accounts for about $630 million in our county. So it is a pretty significant delta once you get past property taxes as your next sources of funding. They're just not obviously as significant as ad valorem is. So we would have some very significant across the board, spending reductions if that was the only, option we had.
Thank you. We'll move to Representative Franklin. You're recognized for a question.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I believe you covered this in the last statement you made around a report. But as the state legislature continues to increase I call them fixed costs. Obviously, we have requirements around benefits that we pass in the legislature have to carry out. My question is,
lawmakers are continuing to ask questions of this panel that is made up of county administrators and managers from Okeechobee County, Bay County, and Palm Beach County. Meanwhile, as that debate continues over looking at ways and whether it's feasible to get rid of property taxes across the state, today in Seminole County, the commission there is looking at potentially raising property taxes. That's because they're currently facing a $35 million budget deficit. And leaders say if they don't raise those taxes, they'll risk having to pay interest or borrow money. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie has more ahead of that meeting today, where Seminole County commissioners will discuss and vote on that.
It's actually all of Seminole County, so you're going to see a tax increase whether you live in Seminole County or the unincorporated parts. But for the past 2 years, Seminole County has been pulling millions of dollars from their reserves to stay afloat, and right now they're facing about a $35 million budget deficit. So they say if they don't increase property taxes or come up with a way to cut back, then it's going to cost them more money and interest to be able to borrow money in the future. Now, the county cites the rising cost of everything. At the moment, Seminole County is set to increase its property tax rate by 0.5 mils in September, which brings the total proposed increase up by 10% or 6.4% if you live in unincorporated Seminole County. Residents in the unincorporated parts already pay additional millage for fire and road service. So to break this down for what this means for homeowners, the proposed rate of almost 5.38 mils means $5.38 per $1,000 of your home's taxable value. That is a 50-cent millage increase from 2025. For example, if your home, according to the county property appraiser, has a taxable value of $300,000, your annual property tax bill could go up by $150. So here is the math. It's $300,000 divided by 1,000. That equals 300. Then you take 300 times 0.5 and you get $150. Now, if passed, the rate rate change would take effect October 1st for the 2026 fiscal year. This property tax increase comes in addition to recent increases in gas and utility taxes for the county. Now, initial approval was voted on back in July. Now they will have another meeting today. The meeting starts at 9:30, but the part for public comment and the final vote doesn't take place until 5:30 this evening. Reporting live in Seminole County, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Yeah, as Amanda mentioned, that meeting is underway, but the discussion specifically about that issue coming up later this afternoon. We will keep you updated on that coming up later today on Fox 35 News. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this. And as we go to break here, give you a live look at I-4 in Lake Mary running through Seminole County on this Tuesday. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump says he's calling for full transparency as the investigation continues into the man who died after riding a roller coaster at Epic Universe. We've talked a lot about 32-year-old Kevin Zavala, who was found unresponsive after riding Stardust racers at Epic Universe. He is now being represented by Ben Crump. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more.
Good morning. Yes, Ben Crump wants justice and answers for the family of Kevin Zavala. He says they deserve to know exactly what happened to their loved one. 32-year-old Kevin Zavala died from multiple blunt force injuries after riding Stardust racers at Epic Universe last week. The Orange County Sheriff's Office says Zavala had a pre-existing spinal cord injury and was taking medication. His GoFundMe also says he was in a wheelchair. Now, his family wants to know what happened. They are calling for the release of maintenance logs, inspection records, ride data, and video. Ben Crump, known for taking on high-profile civil rights cases, says his team will fight for his family to get those answers. Crump says in a statement, this tragic loss demands a thorough investigation and full transparency. A man died after boarding a ride that should have been safe. We will hold all responsible parties to account and fight to ensure Kevin's family receives the answers and justice they deserve. A letter to Universal Orlando team members from Park President Karen Irwin says our internal findings today confirmed that the ride systems functioned as intended. Equipment was intact at the start of the ride, throughout the duration of the ride, and upon on the ride's vehicle returned to the station, and our team members followed procedures. State investigators backing that up, saying current findings align with those shared by Universal after monitoring the same test and reviewing the same information. Fox 35 spoke with a licensed engineer and certified safety professional on his analysis of the case.
If you're in the 4G range, that's on the that's a fair amount of acceleration, but not unheard of. That's something that if you're getting into that kind of range, you might have advisories. If somebody has pre-existing spine conditions or the like, they may not want to ride on a 4G acceleration ride.
And this sort of case is nothing new to Ben Crump. Crump actually represented Tyree Sampson's family back in 2022. He's the teenager who passed away after falling from an Orlando freefall ride. Sending it back to you in studio.
We do expect to hear more from Attorney Ben Crump tomorrow. We will have more for you with that here on Fox Local. Let me give you a live look right now in Miami. This is a live look at the Freedom Tower, campus of Miami-Dade College Wolfson campus as well. You see the Kaseya Center, the home of the Miami Heat as well. In this image, we are learning today that Governor DeSantis plans to propose an item next week at the Florida cabinet meeting to give 2.63 acres of land there for the Donald J. Trump Presidential Library. There's been a lot of talk about this library and making sure, trying to clear the way in some ways for the home of a presidential library for Donald Trump here in the state of Florida. And just a little bit ago, Attorney General James Uthmeier posted a video on social media saying that he would be voting yes on this. Take a listen.
This is Attorney General James Uthmeier. This morning we're here in Miami at the Freedom Tower, our very own Ellis Island of the South. Back in the 1950s, Cuban families arrived here fleeing the terrors of communism. This location serves as a symbol of freedom, a beacon of liberty for the rest of the country. Immediately adjacent to the Freedom Tower is the land that the state would like to set aside, land that we hope will one day house the Presidential Library of President Donald J. Trump. I can think of no better location to tell the story of Donald Trump, a story of strength, one of redemption, one of victory, and one of sacrifice for the American people. It is the greatest political comeback story in history. President Trump endured sham impeachments, endless witch hunts, and multiple assassination attempts. Each time he rose stronger, proving that courage, strength, resilience, and faith in the American people will always prevail. Thanks to President Trump, America's enemies now know that we are back. Florida will be blessed to house the Presidential Library for one of our very own state residents and to be a part of preserving such meaningful history. The Florida Cabinet will vote on securing this site at a meeting at the end of the month, and you better believe I'm voting yes.
Video posted on social media from the Attorney General as he mentioned that meeting is scheduled for September 30th. Here's some more video of the Freedom Tower and just a little bit of more context. As you heard a little bit from the Attorney General in that video, Freedom Tower did play a role in processing Cubans who were fleeing communist Cuba after the 1959 Cuban Revolution. Where we're talking about is the land right next to it that's currently being used as an employee parking lot for Miami-Dade College's Wolfson campus. This site, if it does end up becoming a presidential library for Donald Trump, would be the first presidential library established in the state. So certainly something to continue to watch. And actually, we will talk more about this in our 2 o'clock hour with Kimberly Leonard, a Politico reporter and the author of Florida Playbook. We will talk with her about this and a number of other political topics as well. So that's coming up in our 2 o'clock hour right here on Fox Local. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Yesterday, Major League Baseball owners unanimously approved the sale of the Tampa Bay Rays for $1.7 billion. That means the Stu Sternberg era, in effect, is over. He will remain as a minority holder in the new purchasing group that is led by a Jacksonville developer, Patrick Zalupski. That is a group that also includes Dr. Rick Workman, the former anchor investor for the Orlando Dreamers group, trying to bring Major League Baseball to Orlando. So what does this all mean for a stadium, for the future of the Rays? What does it mean for fans and some of the product of what you might see on the field? Talked about all of that earlier today with J.P. Peterson. He is the host of the J.P. Peterson Show on FanStream Sports, and here's what he said.
Yeah, it's obviously it's something we reported months and months ago, but to see it finally come to fruition is always a good feeling. If you're of the opinion, as I am, that new ownership is desperately needed here in Tampa Bay for a lot of different reasons, to and first and foremost, to secure a stadium on the Tampa side and finally do this the right way instead of the wrong way, as we've been doing for about almost 30 years here in Tampa Bay. And I mean by the wrong way, a stadium being on the edge of the market, not in the middle of the market, a stadium that's completely obsolete and outdated, and an ownership group that is very unpopular here because they couldn't get a stadium deal done and a myriad of other reasons. So it's a great day in Tampa Bay for baseball, and I would even say Orlando as well, because this stadium, I believe, is going to be closer to Orlando, much more accessible to Orlando, maybe even right off the Bright Line in a few years to come. So I think it's a very positive development for the folks here in Tampa Bay.
JP, what do we know about this ownership group?
Patrick Zalupski is he is the principal owner. So every ownership group there's given a principal owner, and he is the management person, the one voice that speaks for everybody else. That's the way baseball likes it. So even though Stu Sternberg's still going to retain 10%, he will have no input in any decisions whatsoever. It's the managing partner. Now, how their decision making goes with Ken Babby, who is the owner of the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp, a minor league team, and another minor league team in Akron. He's already been here and working. He's one of the principal owners. He's going to be doing a lot of the marketing and promotions, and I think maybe even the point person for the new stadium. But Zalupski is the control person. He is, as I mentioned, the Dream Finder Home CEO. He's also been on the board of trustees of the University of Florida, good friends with Ron DeSantis. And it's those political connections, along with the investors in Tampa Bay, that really put this group over the top, I'm told, that why Major League Baseball wanted him. One of the other key members is Fred Ridley, who is the chairman of Augusta National, runs the Masters. From a political standpoint, someone that obviously all the baseball owners want to get to know because everybody wants to play Augusta. So that's probably a bigger part of it than anybody wants to admit. And then there's also Dan Doyle, who tried to purchase the team a couple of years ago and actually almost had the team. He's a big part of the investor. He's owns Dex Imaging, which is a big partner for the Rays and has been for a long time Tampa Bay businessman. And there'll be others that are going to be announced. Now, as you know, the former anchor investor in Orlando, Dr. Workman, is now one of the primary investors in this group in Tampa Bay, and will bring a lot more seed money to the stadium effort and to payroll efforts. And that's one of the big things. Stu Sternberg never really had the money or had the desire to spend money on payroll, to spend money on a stadium. This group is going to do both, as most baseball ownership groups would do. Sternberg was it was hard to work with. All the politicians now here on the Tampa side and the St. Pete side have said, I'm not going to work with them. We don't trust them. And that's one of the main reasons that Major League Baseball moved in and kind of highly coerced this sale. If you want to use the word forced, I think that's fine. But Major League Baseball came in and basically, in my opinion, based on a lot of my conversations I've had with key people involved in this, basically took control of the situation and made sure this is the group that's going to buy the team because they feel they're politically connected enough, have enough resources to get the job done to build a stadium on the Tampa side.
you mentioned some of the criticisms of the Sternberg ownership. With this new ownership group taken over, do you think fans are going to see some differences with how things are run?
100%, 100%. I've been told by representatives of the group that they hope to get this payroll more towards the average payroll. It's been hovered around 70, 80 million, which is in the bottom 3-4 of the league every single year, despite the fact that the Rays make well over $300 million in revenues because of revenue sharing, because of central fund money that all baseball teams get. And the previous ownership would put it into their pockets instead of putting it back into the team. This ownership group is going to put that money into the team, into payroll, into a stadium, the way it should be done, quite frankly. And Sternberg was never able to do that, never wanted to do that. So yeah, I think it's going to be, you're going to be able to retain players like Junior Caminero, who's a tremendous young player. He's hit 44 home runs this year. Instead of trading these players when they get to free agency, this group wants to keep those players around and not churn the roster constantly, which has been something that the fans hated. They would, they'd buy a jersey, get attached to Randy Arozarena, sit in Randy land, and then the next minute he's traded. Evan Longoria signs a long-term contract. The next year he's traded. David Price, all of these stars, once they got to free agency, would be traded because the Sternberg group didn't want to pay them. So now the hope is that this group will spend more money on payroll, get more towards the average, which is about $150 million per team. The Rays have been at half of that. So get closer to the average and be able to keep these teams and maybe even bring some big name stars that grew up in Tampa like Kyle Tucker and Pete Alonso back home at some point when they get a new stadium.
Let's talk about the stadium for a minute. Now that this sale is done, do you think things will kind of pick up when it comes to movement on that?
Yes. And Ken Hagan is the county commissioner and the chair. He's been working for probably a decade now to get the Rays over here. A longtime friend of mine. He's come a friend of our show. I've spoken with him many times, had him on my show, and he's just supremely confident. And those are the words he used on my show, that they can get a deal done in Tampa because this group is well funded, and they want to partner with the community, which is something Sternberg never wanted to do. He didn't want to put in a lot of his own money, and that's why they could never get a deal done. This group is more amenable to that. They've set up to 60% that they're looking to possibly pay for the stadium themselves. They're not looking for all this free handout money from the public like the St. Pete deal was. They're looking for a public-private partnership where they can develop around the stadium, put in a entertainment district and develop it, make money on the development side while they use the baseball team as an anchor to bring people in. That's kind of the template that the Braves used and all these other teams in all other sports are using to fund stadiums. It's a great model. It's kind of a user fee model. Instead of having property taxes go to these, as welfare to these billionaires, it's more of a pay as you go. People come into the special taxing district that they create. Every burger, every beer, everything that they buy, their portion of that. There's a little line at the bottom if you go to Atlanta's Battery, and that's the portion that pays for the public part of the stadium. It's been a great model. I think it's a very fair model in terms of what the taxpayers pay. And I think it benefits everybody. I think it's a win-win, and that's what Ken Hagan is looking to do. This is what the county commission is looking to do. So I think it's going to be a lot easier than people think. Quite frankly, there's always been these false narratives that Hillsborough County doesn't have any money. That's false. They've doubled their bed tax in the last 5 to 6 years. The SITS tax was just passed recently, which they can use for infrastructure, for stadiums. There's certain developers here that have been looking for baseball to put on their particular plot in Ybor City. So there's a lot of things that are going to come together, I believe, quickly because this group has already been working on it. They haven't been just sitting on the sidelines waiting. They've been meeting with the mayor, meeting with people, meeting with developers. So when they finally take over at the end of next week, they're going to hit the ground running. A lot of this, the framework for this stadium work has already been done. Now, there's going to be a political process. There's no question about that. They have to come up with a very agreeable plan for the taxpayers. And I think they're going to get the job done. You never know with politics, but I think everything is in place to finally get this done on the Tampa side where it always should have been, frankly.
Well, and the local leaders may be excited just to not have to negotiate with Stu Sternberg. I mean, in all fairness, I mean,
No, it's true. Listen, I've spoken and interviewed privately and publicly with a lot of these people that have dealt with Stu Sternberg. And, when they all come back with the same things privately that many of them have said publicly right now, you can't trust him. They're constantly moving the goalpost. He doesn't want a partner. He doesn't want to put in his own money, constantly trying to get more money from the public. And, at some point you just say, we can't do that. We're not going to do that. And I think that's been responsible, at least on the Hillsborough side, that they have not just given him an open check, which he's basically asked for multiple times. Now, St. Pete almost did that. Well, actually did do that. And he still couldn't get the job done. So this is why Major League Baseball stepped in to get an ownership group in there that can get it done. And I think they will.
Well, it seems like exciting times ahead, JP.
Yeah, listen, if you've grown up in Tampa, you've played baseball all your life. It's part of the fabric of this community. When I hear people say, oh, it's not a baseball market, it's ridiculous, honestly. So many people love the game. So many great players come out of here. I mean, Major League Baseball is just littered with Tampa Bay talent. And we love baseball here. We just don't love greedy owners, and we don't love constantly driving an hour and a half over a bridge to the edge of the market to go to an outdated stadium. So get a state-of-the-art stadium, centrally located, with owners that you can support. And I think you're going to see a major change in attendance and just support of this team.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look at the Johnson Space Center, where we're hearing from some leaders of the NASA Artemis 2 program, talking about the science and technology that is going into that mission. That is the next moon mission that is scheduled to take a crewed flight around the moon. We also heard an update on the mission overview earlier today. We will get you inside these news conferences from NASA in just a little bit. But I do want to go ahead and get you back inside this property tax committee meeting going on right now in Tallahassee, because we are hearing from Lita Kelly, who is the Director of Policy and Budget with the Executive Office of the Governor. She's giving a presentation right now specifically talking about these Doge audits across the state, talked a little bit about what they are asking for from these localities. You see the map now of the different counties and cities that they have made site visits with. So let's go ahead and listen in as we hear an update on these efforts from the governor's office and the CFO's office to look at and examine the spending of local governments, all as part of this push to eliminate property taxes in the state.
Obviously, a lot of this is still in progress. As you'll see the last bullet here, the governor's executive order and the authority afforded by the legislature all sunset next June. So we have this entire fiscal year to continue doing what we're doing. But the amount of data that we've pulled and the follow-up conversations that are ongoing, I mean, it is vast. And so that definitely is still in progress. We are on the hook for making some recommended improvements, which I'm sure we will continue to have those types of conversations. And we're also still receiving a lot of feedback and input. So I also, offer up to not just this committee, but the larger legislature, if there are things that, your locals have flagged to you or things that you would like us to look into, we've been taking those recommendations all along and we would love to continue doing so. So thank you so much for having me here today. I think the timing of this conversation, not just about Doge, but about property taxes, there is true momentum for what this looks like in the state of Florida. And so I appreciate you allowing us to present.
We are very grateful for your presentation and for being here today. We're going to open it up for questions from members. Representative Benaroch, you're recognized for a question.
Hi, thank you so much. I just have a question because I know one of my cities, Marco Island, was talking about reaching out, and I know you said the list is not updated, so I was wondering if they actually reached out and if you guys are going to be going to that city, because I know it was something they were talking about.
I will definitely confirm whether or not they have reached out. If not, if you would like to connect us, we'd absolutely love to talk to them. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Representative Woodson, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kelly, thank you again for being here today. It's great seeing you. During your Doge visit, you mentioned that you will be looking for fraud, for waste, and for other things. I know if it's fraud, definitely we have to deal with it in the state. However, if it's waste, we know what works in one county might not work for another county. And this is a very subjective term as well. What criteria would you use to determine waste when we have like so many counties that are so different? Like what it takes to do the work in one area might not be what it takes to do it in another area. Could you elaborate on that for us?
You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, because it is a good one, and it's why I kind of provided that initial context as well. And as you've heard from the counties and the cities, exactly what you said is accurate. Everyone has different opinions of what works, what's requested. I think especially in the vein of Doge and in conjunction with the property tax conversation, it needs to come back to the question of, are the services and goods being provided, being paid for with taxpayer dollars, truly what those locals want, truly what those citizens want? And it may differ county by county. But whenever we have the property tax conversation, which is, wholesale, but affects everyone slightly differently, it has to come back to what makes the most sense for those locals. And so some of that will be dictated by those localities.
Thank you. Representative Escamani, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Lita, for presenting to us as well. I have a question about the cost of Doge. I'm also would appreciate clarity if Doge is the same thing as the FAVO. I think they're the same thing, but I know that FAVO is making a recent budget request for more full-time staff as well. So maybe just walk the committee through what's the cost of what you're doing, the staff that made the visits, what department are they with? Maybe just walk us through some of those logistics and the costs associated with what the operation is. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll kind of bucket that into two responses. Thank you, Madam
You're recognized,
Chair.
Of course.
So the costs, like I mentioned earlier, as far as additional FTEs needed in the governor's office, Eric is the only new hire that we've done. You ask about, what other agencies we're kind of co-opting and sharing some staff with. It is folks that have relevant subject matter expertise. So for some of our on-site visits, people like from the Department of Financial Services, from the Department of Commerce that have strong relationships across the state already, FDOT, and I believe Department of Revenue, who are obviously embedded in tax knowledge to begin with. That travel is what I would classify within the course of normal duties. I mentioned we were on site for 2 days, so maybe a rental car driving down, hotel one night driving back, but nothing exorbitant at all. For the second part of your conversation, and some of this I will politely refer you to the CFO's office because, his budget request as a sitting cabinet officer doesn't flow through the governor's office, but I did see the reference to the additional FTE. which is within his purview. But for additional details, I would politely refer you to his office.
Representative Steele, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. That was actually one of them. But I guess I'll go down to my next one. Did you use any of the findings that Trump did across the country and the findings that we did inside the House to start the investigations? And then what do you guys expect the ROI to be for the state?
You're recognized.
Thank you. It's a great question. So I think as we stood up our Doge initiative, federal Doge was definitely gaining steam and starting to go. So a lot of that worked in tandem. I think a lot of what's rooted not only in the governor's executive order, but the language that was provided in the implementing bill definitely mirror those objectives, right? Those principles, those ideals that we want to perpetuate with a fiscally conservative, efficient government. So yes, I do think there's overlap. The second part of your question was about ROI, which is a good one. They're phrased differently, but I say this because this is a question we've gotten a lot as well, is what dollar figure are you hoping to find, right? Like, what do you want to calculate your savings as? And I would answer that in two parts. One, I would say candidly, we're way too early in our process to be able to wholly identify that. As you guys have seen, we've dropped into 12 locations and received a whole bunch of data from others, but I could see in a future iteration of on-site visits where we're still going to continue engaging with more locals as well. As far as a dollar figure or what the specific ROI is, that hasn't been identified yet either. And part of that is actually going back to Representative Woodson's question. Some of that is indicative of what each local community wants to do, what they view as being their priority, which is obviously overlaid with the property tax conversation as well.
Thank you. Representative Skidmore, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lita. Good to see you again. This is maybe an odd question, but on your focus areas, the narrative of what you're looking for are all negative except for one. So fraud, abuse, DEI, inappropriate public spending, and efficiencies. Is that a typographical error? Are you looking for inefficiencies, or are you actually looking for efficiencies that then can uplift the folks, the counties, the cities that are doing it efficiently and maybe create some standards?
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a great question. I'll say both, because I think one of the things is obviously to help identify and to help start the conversation, especially at the local level, about opportunities for efficiencies. I do think the flip side of that, though, and I mentioned this in my remarks, there are some municipalities, counties, local government, state government entities that are truly national leaders in how they do operate. And so being able to put forward Florida's best foot and say, hey, this is actually a best practice, I could see that coming forward as well.
Thank you. Representative Hunchowski, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's interesting looking at the idea of being more efficient when we look at the overall costs of affordability. And while we're talking about property taxes here, we were shown yesterday that property taxes are like 10% of your mortgage payment with the escrow, whereas property insurance is 10.6%. When you mention our goods and services, what the locals want is what you're looking at. Are we looking at the quality of the service that's being provided? And I say that because as a former mayor of Parkland, we had ratings from our residents of good and excellent up to 95+%. And yet when I look at some of the issues that we're dealing with now in the community, where people haven't gotten their student scholarships from the state and they've been frozen since February, when we've had med waiver issues where people through the redetermination process have lost that access, are you just looking at what goods and services they want, or is there any component of what kind of constituent service are these governments providing?
Recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a great question. And I'd say a lot of that came out in our initial kind of, tranche of information, a lot very candidly in some of the interviews that we did with our locals. So for instance, I mentioned that we've talked and asked a lot of questions about contracts. And so how are contracts being monitored? How, speaking about services, very broad brushstroke, how are they being administered out into the community whenever you have an addendum to a contract that is not signed, yet the locality is operating under that addendum? And so there are questions like that being asked. And if you have more ideas as a former mayor, I'd love to pick your brain as well.
And lastly, I'm going to move to Representative Woodson once again.
Madam Chair. I really appreciate it. I had a follow-up question, so I'm going to try to combine the two together, the question and the follow-up. As a follow-up to my previous question, should the county disagree with your findings after the visit, what process do you have in place, or how would you address that if they don't agree with your finding? And also, you mentioned that you are using some state employees to do the finding, right? We had presentation before where some departments were already short of employees. So how do you justify pulling employees to do the Doge work?
Recognized.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great follow-up question. On the first side of it, I think one of the governor's initiatives and the authority that's been additionally granted to us is to help bring some of this information to light. There's nothing that I read that says the governor can go in and say, hey, this right here, you can't fund that anymore. Now, through line item veto and other authorities, that obviously can happen. But as far as if locals disagree for us, that's a conversation that'll have to transpire on the local level. One of the points of Doge is to help bring those points of controversy out into the light where they may not typically live. So some of it may transpire on the local level. As to your follow-up, your second question about state employees, it's a very valid question. I think a lot of whenever we embark on an adventure like this, like Doge, something that's a little uncharted, there are folks that naturally want to be involved in that. There's people that have expertise that naturally lend themselves to it, and thankfully they work for the state of Florida. But it's always a balance. We worked with the agency heads and the respective leaderships to make sure it was appropriate at that point in time to be able to pull those employees and put them on the road for 48 hours. But it was definitely done very strategically and with the appropriate conversations.
Thank you.
This House Select Committee on Property Taxes continuing to meet, continuing to hear discussion and a lot of questions for Lita Kelly from the Executive Office of the Governor about the Doge audit process. We've got to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside this House Select Committee on Property Taxes meeting live right now in Tallahassee. We heard a presentation and some questions asked about the Doge audits. We are now hearing from the different members on this committee who are getting the chance to report back about some of the work they've done this summer, looking into this, some of the things they've learned, some of the people they've spoken to, and what they're hearing from their constituents. We're hearing right now from Toby Overdorf. He is the co-chair of this committee. He is a Republican from Palm City. Let's go ahead and listen back in as this meeting continues for the second straight day that this committee has met in Tallahassee.
And then we also looked at a lot of folks out there and trying to lower their insurance levels have made improvements to their homes, new roofs, new windows, things along those lines. Are those things that we should really be looking at to then increase your property tax as well? So all of these different items have come from the various meetings that we've had across the state. And so I'm excited to hear some different issues that you've had. Again, today, we are not putting proposals forward, but I would love to hear what the things were that you found out there during your time associated with the homework that you've done. So, Chair, I'll send it back to you, and we can start with whomever you choose.
I will start with Representative Hart. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spent a great deal of time. Some of you might know I have a weekly show from 8 to 10 every Saturday morning. So I've been polling my constituents for those to see if they understood what was really happening here in the state. Some people believe that we need to do something about our seniors, people who've been in their homes more than 25 years. How do we help them? Then improve assessment methods, modernizing appraisal methods with better data and technology they believe can lead to more accurate and equitable property valuations. For example, some jurisdictions do use automated systems while retaining human oversight to ensure fairness in the process. What people really ask me every time I start to talk about property taxes, yeah, sure, we want to talk about that, but we really want to talk about homeowners insurance. At what point are you all going to deal with the fact that our insurance rates are constantly going up? So somewhere in between these taxes, we need to figure out what is it we're going to be doing as it relates to insurance. So that's been a major driver for me.
Thank you, Representative Hart. Anyone else want to jump? Representative Onchowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for having this discussion. Back home, I've had many legislative updates and community meetings, and people like the idea of paying less because they're crunched everywhere they go, whether it's their property insurance, their groceries, everything has become less and less affordable in the area that I live in and with the people that I serve. A couple of things that came up specifically only to that limited portion of the property tax in affordability. It is, to be fair, one of the smallest parts of the affordability crisis that I'm getting feedback on. But a couple of things that I've heard is, for example, there are some people who their taxable value is less than their assessed value. And it can go up to the 3% or the CPI every year. But then this year, their assessed value went down. But because there was still a gap between their taxable value and their assessed value, their taxable value still went up. And their question is, if my property value, the assessed value went down, how can they still increase my taxable value? And I think that's probably something we should look at, because if your assessed value went down, I would think there's more going on in the economy that would also have other negative impacts on your affordability overall in the community. Another thing I've heard is from first-time home buyers. I have boys who are 24 and 27. This is not a great time to be purchasing property in the state of Florida, just because it's so expensive. And if you have a first-time home buyer, they might be buying a currently homesteaded property that's at a certain taxable value. And when they purchase it, all of a sudden it jumps incredibly high to the market value less whatever that property appraiser determines they should be leveled at. And I was thinking that perhaps there would be something we could do for first-time home buyers who are young and wanting to invest and wanting to be homeowners, and they're homesteaded, that we could look at that maybe their taxable value shouldn't be that market value, but somewhere in between where the previous homesteaded was and where they purchased at, so that they can kind of slowly get in and have some benefit, and it wouldn't harm the current costs of the cities and counties, because you wouldn't be taking anything away, you just wouldn't be jumping at the same rate. Additionally, looking at how we are valuing how we are assessing these properties, and that there's something uniform, so when people want to challenge it or have questions about it, they kind of have a better understanding of how come my property's assessed at this value, and I'm not talking about taxable, I'm talking about just value, and my neighbor's is completely different. Maybe they made improvements, I don't know, but that seems to be kind of a gray area for many homeowners. And then also going back to something that Chair Overdorf mentioned is if you have affordable housing and you're limited on the rent you can charge, then your property de facto should have less value from a business perspective because you can't charge as high a rent because you're in an affordable property. So is their valuation done differently than those who are not in an affordable rent mitigated situation? And I think this is how I like to approach this, because as we've seen at every single meeting from every single person who has spoken, it's not a one size fits all. And I think by looking at who are we trying to help while making sure that we have the services. I understand we're talking about what services do people want, but I want good services. I want when I need something that it gets done. I want that my trash gets picked up on time. I want that the roads are fixed so I don't have a flat tire because of holes. I want to live in a community, and like I mentioned, in our city of Parkland, we have positive ratings from the residents of 95+% every time we go out in a survey. And I think we all want to live in a community that we feel the community responds to us. So I want to make sure that we're providing relief to that small portion of affordability issue that is property tax, since we're not dealing with all the other affordability issues, but we're doing it in a way that we're not hurting the communities we serve.
Thank you. Representative Woodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to be redundant, I agree with Representative Honchowski because some of those were the same concerns that I heard as well. But I heard a lot more than just property and tax for us on property. And I heard a lot about property insurance, homeowner property insurance, and also car insurance that people are paying so much more. And one of the main focus from all the meetings that I have held with my constituents and also talking to the different cities that I represent is the fact that we need to address the issues for the younger generation who cannot afford to buy a home at this time, not only because of the taxes, but also the way that they have to come up with so much money. And not only I heard from them, but I also heard from the parents who talk about the fact that they have to stay in their home.
Hearing a lot of concerns outlined that these lawmakers say they've heard from constituents and people they've talked to when it comes to affordability issues, which we know are top of mind right now here in Florida. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox Local and YouTube, but we'll be right back after this with more.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon, giving you a live look inside the Johnson Space Center, where NASA officials are giving an update talking about the Artemis 2 crewed mission, which is scheduled to take 4 astronauts around the moon in 10 days. So that flight scheduled for no later than April 2026. Hearing a news briefing right now about the science and technology, some of the things that are going on board, some of the ways they'll be monitoring the health of the astronauts, a number of other things. Let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference continues live.
Help us understand what the general radiation environment is throughout the spacecraft. And then we'll also have a set of sensors that help us understand how well the shielding that Debbie talked about performs. So we can get a sense of if that radiation environment is constant throughout, or are there some of the locations as we're preparing to help protect them should there be an event that we need to seek shelter from. In addition to those activities that are integrated approach to understanding that environment and its impact on our astronauts and life in general, the mission will enable us the opportunity to observe the moon. So Mark talked about that in his opening comments. I just want to mention, depending on when we launch and what the trajectory is, the crew will be able to look at the moon through the window of the Orion. As it's been described earlier this morning, the moon will look about like holding a basketball at arm's reach. So they'll be able to see a good bit of the moon, if not all of it, from the position that they're in over several hours. As they do that, one of the great things about the human being and the human brain and the human eyes is it's basically the best science tool that we have. And so they will be able to probably describe things that no human has ever seen because none of the missions are identical. So they will see unique conditions that have never before been seen and be able to look out the window, observe what they're able to see, and then describe and document for that for us. So in addition to doing that, they will be helping us understand how science operations work as they describe and document for the teams back here on Earth with a science evaluation room right here at the Johnson Space Center. So working together there, you can see that we have a campaign of doing the research, but also understanding how the research is done so we can understand operations in the future. So I just want to conclude again, sometimes it's hard. My face almost hurts from smiling at the excitement about this. This is really a fun time to be working in spaceflight. I hope that you're as excited as we all are about Artemis 2. Very proud about this opportunity coming up. I also hope you have a better understanding of our integrated research campaign and what it is that we're trying to learn by flying this mission. Again, I will just remind everyone our top priority is to bring our friends home safely, to bring the Orion home safely so that we can learn from the mission. And again, when we explore, the science that we carry with us is really that toolbox to enable that safe and successful mission. So these Artemis test flights that we're flying now and have already flown are the building blocks from which humanity will step out away from the Earth to explore the solar system. So I'll hand it back to you, Nilofer. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Definitely exciting, and thanks to each of our briefers for your remarks. We'll now open it up for questions. So if you have questions in the room, feel free to raise your hand. And for those of you on the line, feel free to dial *1 to get entered in our queue. If you find that your question has been answered, you can press *2 to withdraw it. And we'd like to ask you to whom you'd like to direct your question to and state your affiliation. And we also ask that you limit to one question to start. So why don't we open it up?
Nicole Mortellero from Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. I don't know who I'm directing it to, but I'd like to know more about the exercise that will be conducted in such a small space. What does that look like?
I'll start and you guys can jump in. So the exercise device is called a flywheel, and it's actually mounted right when you walk inside the hatch of the crew module. It's right there on the floor. They can perform 2 types of exercise. One is rowing, and so they actually row into the empty volume of the crew module. So while the other 3 crew members are sort of staying out of the way, the one exercising crew member exercises out into that volume. There is no seat, so it's a rower, but it's not like a rower you'd have at the gym. There's no seat required. They're just rowing out into the free volume. They can also use it for resistive exercise device to help keep the muscles strong as well. So the rowing is the cardiovascular part, and then they use it for resistive. They can do squats, deadlifts, other things. So there's different attachments you attach to this flywheel, and it's very much the harder you pull, the more it wants to pull you back. So there's a little bit of training that's associated with it. So the crew members are actually participating in training here at the Johnson Space Center on that device over in the astronaut gym. So they're actually doing their workouts on that device so they can get used to it. So it is tight. That's part of what we're looking at on Artemis too, is to see how does this work when you've got other crew members trying to do other activities while you have one person, some of which are some very tall people on this mission, see how that works out. But that's one of the things we're testing out. We're also looking at how the dynamics of that device interact with the spacecraft, because they're putting load into the spacecraft. So our reaction control system engines having to respond. How does our GNC system read these disturbances that are going into the spacecraft? So this mission is short enough that exercise isn't absolutely required, but it's going to be required for longer missions. So we need to know how does the exercise work, and then how does the spacecraft respond to this dynamic activity?
Yeah, I think just to add a little bit to that, the cruise is going to be asked to exercise daily. I think it's 30 minutes a day, so there's a 2-hour block for all 4 crew members to exercise.
Just one more thing, that exercise is part of a foundation that enables the research we're conducting with Avatar, Archer, some of the other activities I described, because it will help the astronauts go through a series of different stressor type events so that we can make the measurements I've described. So all of this works well together throughout the mission to provide us with the data we really need.
Perfect. Thank you for that. We have one more in the room.
Thank you very much for this. It's Ivan Semenik with the Globe and Mail. As we heard already, there have been a lot of robotic eyes on the lunar surface for many years, and this mission won't get that close to the lunar surface. On the other hand, you're going to have all these human eyes looking at the moon for the first time in more than half a century. So what I'm wondering is, what do researchers at NASA think, what surprises could the moon still hold for those human eyes? And how is the crew being trained or prepared to take advantage of that limited opportunity?
Well, I can start that if you'd like, Mark, and then you can conclude. Yeah, this is one of the things about science, right? We don't know what we don't know about the destination, but we also have learned a tremendous amount from those observations you've described that do help generate questions that we have. So we have a series of questions that our Science Mission Directorate documents in what we call our decadal surveys that kind of direct the research we want to do. And then NASA carries a document called the Moon to Mars Objectives document that also highlights what we're trying to learn. But, the types of questions that we can ask ourselves that involve the moon, I always like to talk about, we have questions about humanity, about life in general, but the environment here on the Earth erases much of the evidence from the time period when life got a foothold. But the moon, our space companion, was there the whole time, and it still holds evidence about what was happening in the early solar system at those times. So when we use these missions, these test flights, to get us ready to get down onto the surface and land at the south polar region of the moon, we'll be able to start looking for evidence, collecting samples, making observations to answer big questions like that. But at the same time, your point about, well, what can we really see when we look out the window from Orion in this mission? Maybe this won't be that decadal level science that we can do, but very few people have looked at the moon from this angle. And this crew will have an opportunity to basically see the majority of that moon. So being able to look at the limbs of the moon, the edges of the moon as we're passing by, we're very interested to see what they'll pick up on, what they'll see. Are they seeing differences in, colors? Most people think that the moon is only, gray, but the human eye can pick out a tremendous amount of detail. So this is one of the things for this test flight is, what can we see? What can we learn? And really getting at how can we communicate that back to the Earth and describe what we're seeing and document that.
So I'm going to give a slightly tangential answer. I think Jake has talked about the moon, but I just remind you that the first time we did this with Apollo 8, one of the most inspiring sort of images of our time got taken, and that was a complete surprise. So Jake talked about the unknown unknowns. If you think back to the Earthrise image that was taken by Bill Anders, nobody was expecting that to happen or to have such an impact. So it's always the things you didn't you often don't think of or you're not expecting that end up having a big impact. And I'm not a lunar scientist. I actually come from astrophysics. And that particular picture has, propagated through not just one branch of science, but it's kind of propagated into how we think about the Earth, even how we think about planets around other stars. I mean, for a long time, we've been looking at that image, saying, how will we know if there's life on another planet? So it's always the unexpected that, presents that real scientific surprise.
Awesome. Thank you for that. We'll go on the side of the room over here.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. Mark, I want to make sure I understood you correctly. Could the Artemis 2 crew help pick a landing site for Artemis 3? And Debbie, Artemis 1 had Alexa on the Orion spacecraft. Is that being brought back for Artemis 2? Thank you.
I will let Jake speak as well, but I think the basic idea is that they will certainly be looking for future potential places of interest. And obviously, if there is sufficient interest, then one might want to land there in the future. Jake?
Yeah, just for Artemis 3, our intention is to land in the south polar region of the moon, and then from there to start building up architecture and infrastructure so that we can have longer periods of time that we can stay at the moon. The information that these astronauts will collect when they are flying around the moon on Artemis 2 will certainly be accounted for in the decision-making process. So in that regard, I think everyone who's observed the moon is part of our decision-making process. But then we have a team that brings that data together and works through it. And it's, landing site selection is a balance between where you want to go and where you can safely get to. And that's what we have to work through. So I think in that regard, we're all a part of that process because we're all a part of collecting that data and understanding that environment.
Okay, and I'll address the Alexa question. For those that didn't know, on Artemis 1, we did fly a kind of a digital assistant on board, and it allowed people on the ground to interact in a more personal way with the spacecraft. We could ask it questions, where are you today? And Orion would answer where it was in the trajectory. It was a long mission, almost 26 days. You could say, play music, do party lights. I mean, it was a lot of fun and interesting way of engaging. We are not flying that system on Artemis 2 because we have the crew on board. So most of the personal interaction will be with the crew members, getting their direct feedback on what they're seeing, experiencing, and working with the spacecraft. They are looking at ways to integrate digital assistants for the future, but the short answer is for Artemis 2, there will not be Alexa. We'll have the actual 4 living, breathing human beings. Yeah.
Thanks, Debbie. We will take one more in the room.
Thank you. Mark Carreau with Aviation Week and Space Technology. During your initial mission description, you brought up the radiation protection, and I'm wondering how you will be monitoring that. What would prompt you to ask the crew or tell them they need to go to the shelter? And then how would they be prepared, and how long could they be in there? And how effective do you think it is if they were in the path of a coronal mass ejection? Could they be okay in that shelter? Bottom line. Thank you.
I can take the onboard detectors. We do have onboard radiation detectors. Of course, that would be way after a CME, but Debbie, you can probably talk to the radiation shield itself.
Yeah, the radiation shelter, it's actually just in the floor of the spacecraft. There's a bunch of stowage lockers, stowage areas, and so they would actually empty out the stowage, and all 4 can fit in there during the event. I'm not don't know all the specifics of the training they're doing along how long they could stay in there, but the intent would be they could stay until that radiation event had passed, and the protection is provided by the structure that's as a part of that floor and the backbone system.
Yeah, and I would just add to that the sensors that are on board the Orion, they're not an alert system to us. They are characterizing the environment that the Orion is actively flying through. The protection part of the studies are to understand how much protection we can provide in different ways within the Orion. So some of the sensors will be placed in locations so that we can characterize that. Where we put into one of those events, we would do the best we can to protect them, as Debbie noted. But I will add, and I'll kind of look to Mark on this one, is that the the system that we would use to help us understand if something's coming, we would lean on our Science Mission Directorate partners who have spacecraft in flight right now that is very critical for us to understand the space weather environment. That's where any ability to predict something that's coming our way would come from. So this really is a full NASA integrated effort as we learn how to travel through space.
And I'll just add, our space weather team will use all of our heliophysics missions that are operated by the Science Mission Directorate and our partners at NOAA, the space weather missions that NOAA flies. I mean, primarily they're part of their weather satellites, but they are now starting to move to flying individual space weather missions. And as I said, we're launching the first of those tomorrow, the space weather follow-on. So the combination of all of those missions allow us to really sort of do as much forecasting as we can. And part of the Science Mission Directorate's mandate in heliophysics is to improve our ability to not just tell you space weather's happening, but actually understand the physics of the sun so we get much better at forecasting as well. And forecasting is going to be more and more important as you start to think about trips to Mars, for instance.
This news conference continuing as reporters getting the chance to ask some questions as we hear from several NASA officials, the mission manager of Artemis 2, the Deputy Orion program manager, some other officials with the Science Mission Directorate at NASA, talking about some of the technology, some of the things that are going to be involved with this Artemis 2 mission slated to launch next spring. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's listen in a little bit longer to this news conference going on in Houston at NASA Johnson Space Center as we hear more about this Artemis 2 mission.
We're good to go, and all of these systems are functioning the way we intended.
Thanks, Debbie. We're going to take one more on the line. Jeff Faust with Space News. Jeff?
Hi. Question probably for Jake Bleacher. When the astronauts are going by the moon and doing observations of it, are they going to be basically going through a checklist of looking at certain things based on what the science team on the ground wants to look like, or they're going to be open to looking at other things? And will they have anything more than the actual naked eye or perhaps a camera lens to observe the moon with? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. That's a really good question, and I love the opportunity to talk about it, so I appreciate the question. Yeah, so the crew have actually gone through a good bit of geology and science training before this flight, so it's been great to start getting them wrapped into these activities as well as being prepared for the other activities that they'll be doing. So they will have a checklist of sorts of things to look through and suggestions about what to look for, but they will also have, the whole reason we send people is for them to have the autonomy to do what they think is right based on the training that we've given them. So we like to say that, we have a phrase, we say, look odd. You have to look first, then you are observing what you see. So we want to get them to the window to look. We want to give them the chance to observe and then describe it.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to go ahead and get us back to this Lake County Commission meeting that is going on. We took you live inside it earlier as they were discussing a gas tax that they voted down, a potential increase of the gas tax that they voted down, I should say. They are now discussing a resolution about naming a road in memory of Charlie Kirk. Let's go ahead and listen in here live from Lake County.
That is a right that we have as Americans, and the idea that we would try to not even have a discussion here today because we're afraid that someone's going to be offended. I mean, that's like 2 deaths, it's the assassination, and then let's shut down his legacy. No, let's talk about his legacy, and let's talk about what he really stood for. And as Commissioner Smith said, if you look at the whole context, you see that some of these difficult issues, while he might have gotten a little rough at times, and I guarantee you if he could go back and he could fix a few of the things that he said, he probably would, but he was delving into issues that are important issues that we can all agree that we might disagree about, but we should not shut down public dialogue, and to me that's what he stood for, and I think that he's worthy of being honored. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Jacqueline Arndt, and then Janet Mailer.
Before I begin, my name is Jacqueline Arndt. I live in Mount Dora, and Lashana Tova, since this is also a Jewish country, not only a Christian country. I'd like to express serious concerns about Commissioner Sabatini's proposal to name a road in Wellness Way after Charlie Kirk. It will set a troubling precedent and contradicts the principles that should guide our community's approach to public honors. First, consider the divisive nature of this choice. Road names should unite our community, not divide it. Charlie Kirk is a polarizing political figure whose rhetoric frequently inflammatory and exclusionary. But public infrastructure should reflect shared values and broad community consensus, not partisan politics. When we name streets after controversial figures, we risk alienating significant portions of our citizenry who use these roads daily. Second, we must consider the standards for such honors. Traditionally, communities name roads after individuals who have made direct positive contributions to the local area. Longtime residents, civic leaders, veterans, educators, those who served the specific community. So what does...
You left out national leaders. Please don't misrepresent the ordinance.
I do have the floor.
You purposely left out the ordinance. Yeah. Do not misread the ordinance.
What connection does Charlie Kirk have to Lake County? What local contributions warrant this permanent recognition? Third, this sets a concerning precedent. If we approve political figure namings without clear criteria, we open the door to endless partisan battles over our public spaces. Every election cycle could bring new demands to rename roads after favored political personalities. Our infrastructure would become a revolving door of political messaging rather than a stable community assets. And then finally, consider the irony of the location. Wellness Way suggests health, community, well-being, healing. Associating it with a divisive political figure fundamentally contradicts the peaceful, therapeutic connotations the name currently evokes. Lake County deserves leadership that brings us together, not initiatives that create unnecessary division. I'm sure there are many worthy local heroes, teachers, first responders, veterans, community volunteers who would be more appropriate and less controversial choices for such honors. I respectfully request that you vote against this proposal and work toward naming policies that truly serve all local county residents. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I've already said it like 100 times a day. No clapping, please. All right, Janet Mahler is next.
If I could, Chairman, just real quick, can we please come up with a board policy right here that if somebody is disrupting the meeting more than twice, that they are removed by our deputies? Because at this point, this is just out of control. I've been up here for a year. If this was Tallahassee, let me tell you, if this was the state capitol, one time you interrupt a meeting, you'd be escorted out. One time. Yeah.
You cannot.
We're going to have to do something about that.
Stop it, please. All right, we're going to have a discussion. Everyone has a chance to talk. All right, use your time at the podium to say what you want to say.
I'm going to use my time at the podium, and I'm going to ask that I not be interrupted, just as we did not interrupt you. My name is Janet Mahler, and I am a native of Florida. I am new to this area. This is my very first meeting, and I'm telling you, I am in total shock and awe as I listen to what's going on here. But I would like to share a thought about the proposal to name a street after Charlie Kirk. Street names are permanent markers in our communities. They become part of our maps, our addresses, our children's sense of place, and because of that, we need to take great care before attaching a public honor to any one individual. Mr. Kirk is a figure who inspires very strong feelings, both positive and negative. Some seeing him as a leader, while others view his words and actions as deeply divisive. This division itself is reason enough for us to take pause. A street name should unite, not divide. It should represent values the whole community can take.
Continuing to listen in to this, we've got to take one more break this hour here on Fox Local, but we'll be right back, get you back inside this meeting in Lake County as they talk about renaming a road for Charlie Kirk. We'll be right back.
You were not elected to serve personal interests.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's keep listening in to public comment at the Lake County Commission meeting as the board considers renaming a road for Charlie Kirk.
Commissioners are entrusted to ensure fair taxation, infrastructure maintenance, prudent budgeting, and protection of the rights and freedoms of the people who elected you. Every vote you cast should reflect the needs of Lake County residents, not outsiders, not lobbyists, not individuals who hold no stake in our community. The special recognition for individuals who do not reside in Lake County may appear harmless, like a symbolic nod or a street renamed. But symbolism in government carries weight and it sets precedents. When a commission extends honors to a non-resident, it risks three dangerous outcomes: erosion of trust, dilution of identity, and gateway to favoritism and influence. Recognition should be reserved for the men and women who invest their time, labor, and love in Lake County. Every county, like every family, has its own culture, its own struggles, and its own victories. By elevating outsiders, we risk diluting the very identity of Lake County. Our recognitions should tell our story, not someone else's. Today, it's a street renamed. Tomorrow, it could be preferential treatment, political leverage, or resources diverted from Lake County residents to outside interests. And once the door of recognition is open to non-residents, it can be walked through by those with money, power, or political motives. Commissioners, the people of Lake County demand your loyalty. That loyalty must be demonstrated not just in budgets and ordinances, but in the very symbols and recognitions you issue in the name of the county. To honor those who do not live here, who have not contributed here, and who are not accountable here is to betray the trust of your constituents. Instead, I ask that you lift up our teachers, veterans, farmers, small business owners, first responders, community volunteers that are the true heartbeat of Lake County.
Thank you.
In closing, I urge the commission to remember your oath, your duty, and who you serve. Lake County's voice belongs to the people of Lake County and no one else. In God, for freedom, thank you.
Ron, okay, come on. Ron, Mr. Van Syke.
I guess this afternoon, good afternoon. Mr. Sabatini, I want to commend you for bringing this forward. I don't know that I agree with it. I wanted to say a few things about it. Obviously you're definitely a strong right Republican. I am independent now. I've been Democrat, Republican. I don't really fit in either party very well. I am socially more liberal. I am fiscally conservative. So I fall in that more independent area. As far as this country goes, my ninth great-grandfather arrived here in 1632-ish, roughly, in what is now known as Battery Park. He was one of the first 500 people, West Indies company, that came down to what is now Lower Manhattan, New York. My seventh and sixth great-grandfathers grew up in Pennsylvania. Then we moved from Pennsylvania to Iowa, to Colorado. My third great-grandfather, or fourth, I lose track on the numbers, but grandfather settled in California. I grew up in Colorado. I lived there for 52 years before I moved down here. Why I came here to Central Florida was to learn. I grew up in a county that was totally white and Hispanic. We had no African Americans in our county. We may have had a few, maybe 100 Asian people in our county. County is about 12,000 people in Colorado. So I had a very narrow view of the world and came here to learn about diversity and to learn about people that were different from me and where I grew up. And I commend Charlie Kirk. I've never heard of him until he unfortunately was assassinated. Shows my generation age. I don't pay attention to the internet. But this fella is somewhere between the extreme left and extreme right of what you hear on the media and things. I am open for debate. I love debate. Healthy debate is good. But extremism and fueling fire and agitation is not healthy. So I would say that I'm against naming this road for this individual. Maybe in a year or two, when emotions are settled in the country and things, come back and look at it with a more wise perspective of his real impact on the country and see if it makes sense to move forward in that direction. But I think right now, the emotional state of the country, we need to just wait and pause on it. So I would say push it down the road a while. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck.
All right, the next card is Gavin Brown, and what are the odds of this? The card after that is Gavin Rollins. So, 2 Gavins.
To think growing up we couldn't even find a keychain with our name on it. I would like to thank the commission for allowing us residents to be here today and have a say on this matter. I think and I hope we can all agree that hearing out the voices of all the people is what the bedrock of this great nation is all about. I do take a little aim at one comment, though. I do like fact-checking. Martin Luther King Jr. was not a Democrat or a Republican. He was just a great American leader who worked to not divide us, to unite us. Let me just start off by saying that I believe what happened to Charlie Kirk was truly appalling. I hope we can all agree that political extremist violence from either side is not the answer to political disagreements, nor reflect the American values representing our freedoms of expression and free speech with regards to our God-given constitutional rights. I feel terribly for the Kirk family, just as I did for the family of Minnesota State Senator Melissa Hortman and her husband, who were fatally shot inside of their home by an extremist gunman in June. Both of these cases were equally as tragic, and both should be remembered as such. These types of incidents, while higher in profile, sadly have become the norm in today's politically heated society. Both of these could have been preventable with better understanding of common sense gun control laws, which do have broad appeal across the political spectrum when discussed in such a manner. I'm sick and tired of hearing thoughts and prayers and deeply concerned. When you pray, move your feet is an African proverb popularized by civil rights leader John Lewis, meaning that prayer is not complete without corresponding action. What we should be doing is trying to stop these senseless political acts of extremist violence and hate from continuing happening daily in our schools, places of worship, and public places. These deaths are as equally as tragic, but sometimes get forgotten the next day. So I'm here today because I believe that we should be focusing this memorial for something more focused toward Lake County and its residents. Charlie Kirk already has plenty of other areas around the country already planned for such, which included a primetime televised national memorial ceremony. Why don't we take this moment to be more localized with our county resources and history and put up a memorial to show what makes Lake County great again? This is why I propose we focus our time and energy with this proposal to instead honor a truly beloved fallen hero who was killed in the line of duty and who called Lake County home. That person is Lake County Deputy Bradley Michael Link, who was also a U.S. Army Reserve veteran. He had served with the Lake County Sheriff's Office for 4.5 years and had previously served with the Polk County Sheriff's Office. Just like Kirk and Hortman, he left behind a loving family, community, and fellow comrades who still mourn his loss to this day. Deputy Kirk died while honorably serving this county in the line of duty and should have just as much attention and praise from this commission and community. Wouldn't it be more suitable and ideal to have a memorial to honor someone who fought to serve and protect us? Have a true, actual Lake County resident who was a brave American hero. I hope you believe, as I do, in supporting
We had 3 minutes.
and our local law enforcement. And let me just tell you this, in these dark dystopian times, let's remember Deputy Link, and let's look at
Are we at 3 minutes?
unite and not divide us, and that includes you, Mr. Sabatini.
How dare you use that deputy's name for your petty bullshit political argument? How dare you?
All right.
How dare you?
All right.
Disgusting. You're a disgusting person. How dare you? Unbelievable, man.
All right. I got it. All right. This is ridiculous. All right. No, everybody's to blame for that one. All right, let's go to the next speaker.
Gavin Rollins, and I agree that Deputy Link should be memorialized. I think the Marine unit out at Hickory Point Park would be a great place for that. I know he loved the water, and that was a part of his career and service, and I attended his memorial, and I definitely wholeheartedly agree that he should be memorialized. I don't think it's an either or. I think we can hold up and lift up people who have had an impact on our community, and I think there's this misconception that just because Charlie Kirk was not a Lake County resident, that he did not have an impact in Lake County. I attended a vigil recognizing his life where we peacefully sang and remembered and talked about the impact he had. And I looked around and there were students from all across Lake County there. And I remember one particular parent posting on Facebook how she didn't really even know who Charlie Kirk was until one day she noticed a difference in the lives of her son. She looked, and her son's friends, she looked around and her son was dressing better and wanting to be more respectful and wanting to honor his parents and things like that. And those were some of the things that Charlie Kirk talked about: honoring your parents, having civil discourse, stepping up. He called the men specifically of our country to step up to the plate and be men. And one of the things that I think is so tragic about all this and has gotten lost in such emotion is the reason Charlie Kirk was on college campuses, and the reason that when people would come and ask him, why are you on college campuses? He said, because when discourse ends, violence begins. And he was cut down violently trying to have civil discourse. And that certainly, whether you agree or disagree with everything Charlie Kirk said, I happen to know him. He was a friend. He was an honorable man, and I agree with a lot of what he said. Not everything, but most of what he said. But whether you agree or disagree, agree with the idea of what this name, road, stands for, which is the idea that we have to have discourse. We have to discuss with people we don't agree with. And that's how we do things as Americans, not violence. And I encourage you to name this road after him and honor Deputy Link.
Thank you. Tricia Nicholson.
Continuing to listen into this Lake County Commission meeting, some really tense moments. A few moments ago, apologize for the language that we heard from Lake County Commissioner Anthony Sabatini with a strong reaction when someone recommended naming the road instead of after Charlie Kirk, naming it after Bradley Link, the master deputy in Lake County who was killed in an ambush shooting. We're going to get you back inside this meeting as a number of people continue to offer public comment. And we will be right back after this, though. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back on Fox Local.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon. I want to get you back inside the Lake County Commission meeting, hearing more public comment from people. Several of them in opposition to the proposed renaming of a road after Charlie Kirk in Lake County. It is the road currently known as the Wellness Way. Let's go ahead and listen back in. Things got a little fiery just a little bit ago. Let's listen back in here live on Fox Local.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Susan Palenko, and I am a retiree and homeowner residing in Lake County for 20-plus years. I am a very patriotic adult child of 2 World War II veterans. My father flew 60-plus bombing missions, earning the Distinguished Flying Cross. Both I and my parents stand for the America of yesteryear, where differences are tolerated and respected, where people are not disrespected, illegally dealt with, or discriminated against because of their race, creed, sex, sexual preference, religion, nationality, or ethnicity. I am so very sorry for the death of Charlie Kirk, but the problem I have in affirming his life is that he simply did not affirm the life or have empathy for the lives of all Americans. And I noticed Mr. Sabatini carefully left the room. His speeches were full of bigotry, intolerance, exclusion, and stereotyping. For example, on January 23, 2024, on the Charlie Kirk Show, he definitely said, "If I see a black pilot, I am going to be like this. I hope he's really qualified." That cannot be taken out of context. In 2025, he said, "America has freedom of religion, but in reality, large dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America." He also advocated for the actual stoning of gays. And I simply don't support the renaming of a road for someone who didn't respect and value the rights of all Americans, not just those who supported his beliefs. And I know I can vouch for my deceased veteran parents in not being in favor of the renaming of this road. So I ask you, Commissioners, to please rethink the renaming of any road after Charlie Kirk. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Orr. I oppose the naming of the road in Lake County for Charlie Kirk. I read Sabatini's statement when he said the dedication is meant to honor the life of a great American. Charlie Kirk is not a great American. He spoke racism, bigotry, and divisiveness. He spoke to all white colleges. He never went to a black college and had a word or advice to any of them. He didn't go to Florida A&M, FSU, University of Florida, because they didn't want him on campus. He spoke violence and separation, not of peace, not of harmony. He was not Christ-like. Christ spoke of love and kindness. This man didn't. Christ never bullied. This man did. No one's life should be taken away by a shooting like his was, and that was wrong. But Kirk spoke of living by the gun and dying by the gun. At the same time he was shot, children were shot, and no one is naming a street after them. A Minnesota congressman and her husband was shot, and no one is naming a street after them. So I oppose the naming of a road in Lake County, a place that I have lived all my life. I grew up in Lake County. I went away to college, came back. I'm here in Lake County. I taught in the schools in Lake County. I will not ever be able to look at a sign saying Charlie Kirk. That's not what I was brought to Lake County to be.
Jim McTeague, and then May Hazelton. Is there Jim? If not, Jim McTeague.
Oh, no, I'm Jim McTighe.
McTighe.
It's long I, hard G, McTighe. M-C-T-I-G-U-E. Anyway, I can see I'm not preaching to the choir here. Anyway, Simone Biles, the great American gymnast, the greatest American gymnast ever. And she had a problem with mental illness. And she was made fun of by a certain somebody that has no empathy, that empathy is not a word in our language. I believe empathy is a word in our language. It should be used. And then in 1933, they had a change of power in Germany. And they had a white supremacist take power. And that didn't go too well for everybody forever. They had a constitution. They had a Supreme Court. But that didn't matter. The guy got to do whatever he wanted to do. So we had another American hero go over there in 1936. Maybe you've heard of him. Jesse Owens, J.C. Owens, James Cleveland Owens went over there and got his gold medals. So what happened over there? They were not pretty happy with that because they just wanted the great white people to winning all the time. The great Aryan nation. So what happened after that? Normandy. I had family there. They went over there. Many of us had family go over to Germany and fight there. Some came home, some didn't. And we defeated that fascist nation, the Aryan nation. And then we didn't do it fast enough because there was a Jewish girl that wrote a diary, and she didn't make it. She got sent to a death camp. And I would rather see her on a memorial than some people that did some good things, did some bad things, but that's how things are. And I would vote for somebody else getting awards than somebody that was good and bad, sometimes really bad, sometimes really good. Some people like them, some people don't. But that's not the person to memorialize. I'd pick somebody else. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, commissioners and Madam Chair. As a Christian, I did not have to grapple with how to respond to the murder of Charlie Kirk. Like the majority of Black people I know and every single one that I have talked to in and out of this county, in and out of this state, I will continue to speak out condemning the violence and declaring Kirk's murder was unjustified. All acts of violence are horrible and must be condemned. However, I have to balance sympathy with the truth. I have listened to Charlie Kirk's podcast from beginning to end. He mocked and dismissed diversity, equity, and inclusion programs as anti-white. He denounced the Civil Rights Act of 1964 as a huge mistake. He even reversed his initial praise of Martin Luther King Jr., calling him awful and a mythological anti-racist creation. Recent statements and reports from 2023, 2024, and 2025 indicated that he continued to express views about blacks that have been widely condemned. He created a professor watch list for faculty he accused of spreading propaganda. Based on documented information, there's no evidence that Charlie Kirk changed his views on the least among us that Jesus preached about. This is the moral and Christian ground I stand on. My faith in God allows me to have sympathy for him, but it demands that I tell the truth. Historically, the United States has seen youth movements of larger scale and impact than the one created by Kirk. These include the Civil Rights Movement of the 50s and 60s, the anti-Vietnam War movement of the 1960s and 70s, the March for Our Lives in 2018. The historical scale and societal impact of these three movements are considered to be measurably larger in terms of participants, scope, and lasting change. Finally, a central part of Kirk's work with the Turning Point USA was to go to college campuses and engage in debates, often under the banner of "Prove me wrong." Prove us wrong today that he did not use racial and hateful language. Prove us wrong today that he did not perfect language that was not nonviolent in character. Prove us wrong that we just missed the context of some of the things he said. Prove us wrong that though it is left up to God to judge him, Kirk's own words prove that he would not have been the 13th disciple. In his view, the First Amendment protects all of speech, and I agree with Charlie Kirk's view. Thank you.
Michael Watkins, and then
Continuing to hear public comment from a number of folks who have strong opinions about the proposed renaming of a road in Lake County as Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in. It is a 1:30, and thanks for watching here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Here's a live look inside the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, where we expect to see the Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, and Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw any minute now, speaking there. Unclear what the news conference is about, but we will try to bring that to you live when it does begin. Meanwhile, I want to give you a live look as President Trump meets with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. This as the president meets with a number of world leaders today after speaking at the UN General Assembly earlier today. Let's go ahead and listen in. Well, it appears we have an issue with our feed just about as soon as we took it there. Let me see if I have a cleaner feed, if the other one maybe
Europe,
better. Let's go ahead and
we
listen
support
again here.
Mr. President, your idea, and I want to discuss it, how to stop some countries from Europe, to stop them to buy Russian oil and gas. Yes, I had conversation, by the way, with President of Slovakia, Prime Minister. We had
All right, it appears we are having some more issues with that feed. President Trump meeting with the Ukrainian president. It does not appear that I have another feed that seems to be working for that right now. Give me 1 second here. I think I'm seeing both sources seem to be frozen right now, so we're just going to have to give up on that. But it was worth a shot. So that was the president and meeting with Ukraine. Again, this is all part of a number of meetings we've seen. The President Trump meet with the Argentinian president just a little bit ago, a number of other world leaders. He did speak earlier today from the UN General Assembly. We do expect any minute now to hear from the Attorney General and the Palm Beach County Sheriff. Here's another live look right now, expecting to hear the Attorney General and the Sheriff announce felony charges against a repeat offender. That's all the details we have right now, but we are seeing several officials file into the room and expect to hear from the Attorney General any minute now. It looks like they are getting some things ready there for the Attorney General to speak. Again, this is at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office in West Palm, and the Attorney General going to be speaking there in just a moment. We'll get you there live as soon as it begins. Meanwhile, one other note, speaking of West Palm, the suspect, or the defendant rather, who is facing charges in attempted assassination of then presidential candidate Donald Trump at his golf course in Palm Beach. The jury's deliberations are underway in that trial against Ryan Ruth. He is 59 years old, facing 5 federal charges, and a verdict is, well, we're waiting on a verdict, and we will see. Hard to tell how long that might take. He represented himself in that trial, and so we will see what comes from that. Well, here is Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw, who is just walked to the podium there. It appears they may be waiting on the Attorney General to walk in here. There he is, and let's go ahead and listen in as we expect this news conference to get underway here.
I'm going to kick this off. I'm going to give it over to the Attorney General. He's going to walk you through it. Then one of the prosecutors is going to talk to you. I'm going to end it up, and then we'll give you opportunity to ask questions. Don't interrupt him for a question in the meantime. And think about the questions, all right? Don't go way off base here, because we're only going to take a certain amount of them. So make them based on what you hear, okay? All right. We're here today to talk about a very important issue, which is organized retail theft. You see it all over the country. So thanks to the Attorney General, statewide prosecutor, and our detectives, and a combination of some other agencies, we've been able to make a real serious dent in it. So having said that, I'm going to turn you over to the Attorney General of the state of Florida, and thank you for being here. He's over here? Okay, you snuck up on me.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff. It's great to be here in Palm Beach. We've got the best sheriffs in the state, best sheriffs in the country. best law enforcement in the country, and that's why our crime lows continue to go even further down. Let's be clear. In Florida, if you steal, you're going to jail. If you steal again, you're going to jail longer. If you steal baby formula and you tick off all of our moms and babies out there, we're going to put you behind bars for as long as we can. So this is an interesting case, one of the largest retail theft cases when it comes to baby formula. This individual, a repeat offender with multiple prior offenses, stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of baby formula from several retail locations. I want to thank Walmart, Target, and Publix and their investigative teams for their help on this. Thank them for being here today. We take retail theft very seriously. This is one of, if not the first times, that we're going to be charging a first-degree felony based on a law that our legislature passed and governor signed back in 2024. House Bill 549 allows for heightened penalties when you engage in repeat offenses on retail theft. So stand by our retailers. We're going to protect them. We're going to protect our state, our consumers. And remember, when it comes to baby formula, we've had significant shortages in the past that makes it challenging for moms out there, moms that really need this to feed their babies. So we're going to take retail theft seriously. We're working together with our big stores across the state, as well as small businesses. And we continue to see products, drugs, trafficking into our country, spreading across the country into communities everywhere. It results in various other crimes that happen at the local level. So I want to thank our law enforcement again and our Office of Statewide Prosecution for bringing the heat. We're going to set an example. If you do the crime in Florida, you most certainly are going to do the time. So with that, I'll have our statewide prosecutor who was lead on this, Chris Olowin, come up for a few remarks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to thank Attorney General Uthmeyer and statewide prosecutor McVeigh for providing my office with the resources and support necessary to investigate and prosecute these cases. The Attorney General's office has made an ongoing commitment to investigating and eliminating organized retail theft in the state of Florida. And a major key to this success is the collaboration between law enforcement, prosecutors, and the retail partners as well. I want to specifically thank the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and the South Florida Criminal Apprehension Team for their hard work that they put into this case. I specifically want to thank Detectives Chris Apple, Mark Reamer, and Jessica Vasco, who all put countless hours into investigating this case. And as a result of their hard work, our office was able to charge and were able to prosecute 2 significant first-degree felonies for this repeat offender. Additionally, I want to thank my co-counsel Monique Wilson on this case and the multiple investigative retail partners, as was mentioned by the Attorney General, specifically Joe Barrett from Publix, Carlos Gonzalez from Walmart. Without these partnerships between law enforcement, between the retailers, cases like this would not be possible. As a prosecutor who's handled several large-scale organized retail theft investigations and cases throughout my time at the Office of Statewide Prosecution, I have noticed a significant shift in the way that we're able to prosecute and investigate these types of cases. A couple years ago, a case like this would not be possible. Prior to 2022, there were not very many legislative tools that would allow us to accumulate and create a case of this magnitude. However, in late 2022 and in late 2024, legislative changes were signed into law by the governor, which now have allowed us to have the tools to properly investigate and to prosecute and charge these criminals that are engaged in all of these thefts. These meaningful legislative changes have allowed for the accumulation of separate thefts into one case. They've allowed for the aggregation of numerous items stolen across thefts into a single charge, and they've allowed us to use prior convictions for organized retail theft to enhance these crimes and enhance these penalties and sentences that they'll be facing. It's only because of these new legislative tools that the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and our office was able to obtain arrest warrants for this suspect for 2 first-degree felony counts of organized retail theft with 2 or more prior convictions on this suspect. Additionally, it's because of these legislative tools and it's because of these legislative tools that this suspect and suspects in the future will be able to face meaningful sentences for serial retail theft across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'll say one more thing, Sheriff, and then I'll turn it back over to you. Today's another good example of why soft on crime, lenient sentences, early releases do not work. This individual, again, he had committed over 3 prior offenses, had served, I think, 2 years behind bars. He gets out and he immediately starts doing it again. Over 50 examples of theft when it came to the baby formula. We all are aware of the tragic murder on the train in North Carolina. The offender there had been released 14 different times on prior offenses before committing that horrific tragedy. Last week in Polk County with Sheriff Grady Judd, we announced over 240 arrests of human traffickers and child predators. Those offenders combined for almost 700 prior offenses. So as long as I'm AG, we are going to be tough on crime. We are going to put people behind bars for as long as we can. We are going to push for accountability. So thank you again, Sheriff Bradshaw, for having us. Really appreciate the cooperation and working together. Thank you.
Okay. See, now you know why the state of Florida is lucky to have an AG like he is, because he gets it. He understands that these bad guys got to stay someplace and it ain't on the street. Let's talk about a larger concept here, because I hear this all the time. Well, retail theft, that's a victimless crime. No, it's not, folks. You know who the victim of all this organized retail theft is? It's you in the community. You know why? Because the retailers, they're going to jack the prices up if they can't sustain the losses. Increase security, right? And you ever been into one of these stores where everything's behind glass and you got to have a clerk come and open it up for you because of the retail theft? After a while, people quit going to those stores because they don't feel safe. And at the end of the day, people are going to lose their jobs because some of these mom and pop places that they go into are going to shut down. So it's not a victimless crime. It's something we take very seriously, and I know the state of Florida takes very seriously, and we're not going to allow it to happen. So having said that, we'll take some questions, make them meaningful. You.
Yes, Mr. Sheriff. The question for either Mr. Uthmeyer or Chris. When these products are stolen, where are they going to?
So it depends in different cases. Sometimes they are sold by the thief themselves, and a lot of times they're also sold through different fencing organizations.
Any possibility they were sold online on sites like that? That was a problem during the shortage. I know that.
I don't believe that to be the case specifically in this case, but I know that has been the case in other investigations.
You talk about the significance of the charge. Can you share some details of the penalties and how many years they can spend behind bars?
Yeah, in this case, with the new first-degree charges being brought, this individual could spend up to 30 years. He already spent 2 years, which is going to seem pretty dang easy compared to what could lie ahead. So the reality here is people are on notice. If you're going to commit crimes over and over again, I think two prior crimes on retail theft is a second-degree felony. 3 or more is a first-degree felony. So we're putting people on notice. If you continue to offend, we're going to hold you accountable.
Could you tell us the scope? I mean, how much was stolen over this whole investigation?
Yeah, my understanding is here over 50 different incidents of stealing at the retail stores, combining for $70,000 or more dollars in baby formula alone, and that's just what we know of and have been able to document at this point. It could be significantly more, and this is just one offender.
And for instance, during regular business hours, they walked in. Do they have an accomplice?
That's my understanding, Chris. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. During business hours, dropping in bags and evading security to get out the door.
Okay, folks. Thank you.
I have a question for the AG, actually.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Sure.
It's a little off topic, but it is, you have law enforcement around you, and it's about open carry. I know a lot of sheriff's departments and police departments, there's a little bit of, I don't want to say confusion, but different interpretations of open carry, if it overrides some exemptions of the 790 statute. Do you think that the Florida Legislature should, in January, do something about that? And can they legally?
Well, here's what I'll say. Because you had a ruling come down from a court as opposed to a new law passed by the legislature that is striking down as unconstitutional a significant portion of Florida law that prohibits open carry, it's not the cleanest situation, and there's likely cleanup that's going to be needed by the legislature. But people have a right to open carry under the United States Constitution in this state now, where one appellate court has ruled and no others have. That is the law of the state. But I caution people. That doesn't give you the ability to take firearms into schools. There's federal and state law on that. That is not acceptable. And if you handle a weapon out there in a way that is threatening, careless, rude, that's going to endanger or threaten the public, then that is not acceptable, and law enforcement can intervene there as well. So we'll see what the legislature decides to do when they come back. I'm not going to speculate there, but right now, open carry is the law of the land.
Do you think they should? I mean, do you think there should be?
I know everybody is taking a look and researching and better understanding the current legal environment right now. So I'm not going to speculate what they do or don't want to do.
I have one more question. You mentioned briefly about there being ties to this retail theft and the border. Can you elaborate if that is specifically for the state of Florida or Palm Beach County? Just kind of elaborate on how the ties to the border are.
Sure. I'll say around the state of Florida, as we've been combating retail theft, and I think you'd hear the same from a lot of the large retailers, where you have examples of theft, you can see a clear correlation to drug trafficking and illegal immigration at the southern border. Just factually, we've seen a trend across the state where the two are related.
One more question. Miami Freedom Tower, we saw your video of you there yesterday. I don't know if that was shot yesterday. What's your conversation with Miami-Dade College for Presidential Library?
Sure. Yeah, if you're not aware what she's referring to, it was announced today that at a meeting of the governor and cabinet next week, Tuesday, there will be a vote to dedicate land at Miami-Dade College adjacent to the Freedom Tower that we know and love. There will be land dedicated to eventually become the home of the President Trump Presidential Library. I think it's a great location. The Freedom Tower is a symbol of freedom and liberty. Our very own Ellis Island here in Florida welcomed Cuban refugees back in the 50s and 60s who were evading the terrors of communism. So given that significance, and obviously we want to house the President's Library in his home state. I know the sheriff's good friends with him, and we'll be happy to have it close by where we can welcome people from all over the world that want to come and hear the incredible story that is President Trump and all he's accomplished for the American people.
Have you spoken with the President about it?
I think he's pretty busy today, but thanks, everybody.
Attorney General James Othmeyer walking away after the end of that news conference in Palm Beach County at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, was asked about the presidential library, the Trump Presidential Library, that announcement made today that the state has identified that site that they will dedicate for that future Trump Presidential Library in Miami-Dade, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and here is a live look at Kennedy Space Center from our Launch Credit Union camera along Florida's Space Coast here on this Tuesday afternoon. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are just hours away from the launch, the expected launch of a new NASA mission. This is being called IMAP, the Interstellar Mapping and Acceleration Probe, looking at interactions between the solar wind and other things in space, space weather, essentially. That launch scheduled for tomorrow morning, 7:30 in the morning from Kennedy Space Center's Launch Complex 39A. It had been scheduled for earlier this week and had gotten pushed back a little bit, but we do expect that to happen tomorrow. Now, this week, Fox 35 associate producer Reina Nieves had the chance to speak with Clinton Wallace, who is the NOAA director of the Space Weather Prediction Center, to talk about this mission, what NASA hopes to learn from it, and what the impact is.
Talk to me a little bit about the space weather monitoring satellite that you guys are working on, and a little bit about what we can expect in the future.
Oh, great. So yeah, the Space Weather Follow-On or Garage 1 mission, we just call that SWIFT-L1 for short. It's a satellite that is the first operationally dedicated satellite ever, anywhere in the world. It's going to be a buoy in space, 1 million miles from Earth, that's going to protect all of our technology here on Earth from the harmful effects of solar storms.
That's very interesting to hear. Now, tell me a little bit about why this is important for us here on Earth. Tell me about, what we can expect up there in space and what we can see images down here.
And so space weather, specifically solar storms, impact a lot of the technology on Earth. It can pull down satellites, it can shorten their lives, increase collision, and affect our power grids, causing power grid infrastructure damage and even blackouts. It can even affect global positioning systems that our farmers rely on to plant crops and our pilots rely on to navigate across the globe.
That's very interesting to hear. So tell me a little bit about this rideshare program and why the location of that rideshare program was selected. Why was it chosen?
Oh, okay. Yes. So we're launching 3 satellites all together, 3 space weather satellites all together. The first 2 are IMAP and Carruthers. IMAP and Carruthers are both science missions for NASA. IMAP is looking out at the furthest reaches of our solar system to understand how space weather affects the protective bubble around our solar system that protects us from galactic cosmic rays. And Carruthers is looking back at Earth, looking at the outermost part of Earth's atmosphere called the exosphere and how the sun's energy dumps into our atmosphere. But the Space Weather Follow-On is looking out at the sun, looking for these solar storms erupting off of the sun. And as those solar storms approach Earth, we're able to measure them, understand their intensity, and provide watches and warnings to the technology operators.
That's very interesting to hear. Now, tell me a little bit about what timeline are we expecting for these projects?
Timeline for projects. Well, we're launching tomorrow at 7:32 a.m. Eastern time with a backup time of Wednesday at 7:30. They'll launch and we'll start receiving data within days, but it will take about 4 months for them to travel out 1 million miles away from Earth, where we have an unobstructed view of the sun that we can orbit with using very little fuel out at this Lagrange 1 point. That's 1 million miles away, 4 times further than the sun. And if you put that kind of in the perspective of maybe a football field, think of standing in the end zone on Earth, and then SWIFT-L1 would be at the 1 yard line, and the sun would be all the way down at the other end of the end zone, 93 million miles away. So it kind of give you a feel for the distances that we're dealing with.
I see. Now, we're expecting an Artemis mission in the near future. Can you tell me how this relates to that project coming up?
Yes, so next year we're launching for the first time people back to the moon. Now they're just going to orbit the moon this time. We're not going to land on the moon, but here on Earth, we're protected by essentially a force field. Earth's got a magnetic field, the magnetosphere, and that protects us from the harmful radiation from the sun. But our astronauts are going to venture outside of that magnetosphere as they get to the moon, or the moon doesn't have that same protective force field. So they're going to be a lot more susceptible to the harmful radiation coming off the sun and any kind of radiation storms that are launched at us.
That's good to hear. So the future is looking bright, you can say?
Yeah, I did say that. Very good. Yeah, so the File One's really going to help protect all types of technology, even our astronauts in space.
That's awesome. Great. Well, is there anything else you wanted to share with us before we let you go?
Yeah, so the Space Weather Follow-On L1 mission is so critical important to us because it's going to ensure that we have observations into the future. Today we're relying on aging satellites that are over 30 years old, so it's really important that we replace them before they run out of fuel.
New technology going to make a big difference when it comes to some of that. And again, we'll be looking toward these skies tomorrow morning, no earlier than 7:30 a.m. As that launch is expected from Kennedy Space Center, Complex 39A, going to be launching on board a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. So that is expected tomorrow morning. Hopefully the weather cooperates with that and everything goes off smoothly for that NASA and SpaceX IMAP launch. Now, we know the benefits of that. A lot we are still tracking at this hour. We want to give you a live look inside this meeting in Lake County as they continue to hear public comment about the potential renaming of a road after Charlie Kirk. It has been heated. We saw some of that a little bit ago. We also saw what appeared to be some people inside getting kicked out of this meeting as well. So passions are certainly evident over this topic going on right now in Lake County. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We'll invite in our TV audience joining us for Florida Live, and we will have more news and sports to come. So keep it right here on Fox Local, and we'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Oh, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us this afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. We have been streaming for several hours, covering a lot of what has been going on today all across the state of Florida. And if you're joining us now on TV, we appreciate you joining us. And I am seeing got a little bit of a wild hair going, so I apologize for that, but we appreciate you watching us today. I want to let you know some of what we do have coming up for you in our show. In a little bit, we've got a live interview talking about the Miami Marlins making some changes to improve their results, specifically when it comes to pitching. Kind of on the forefront of this change, not something that you see many other major league teams doing. We're going to talk about it. We'll tell you what it is and how they may already be seeing some improvement about it. Meanwhile, in Lake County, commissioners are hearing debate over potentially renaming a road there over Charlie Kirk. Let me give you a live look right now because we are continuing to hear a number of folks speak during public comment. Many of them are against this move of renaming a road after Charlie Kirk in Lake County. It's been a heated meeting just in the last half hour or so. We saw Anthony Sabatini, the Lake County commissioner, get very frustrated. At one point, he did leave the meeting. We saw several residents or citizens inside that meeting appear to be escorted out as well, kicked out of that meeting. So there's been a lot of debate over this. We'll get into that coming up in just a little bit. But we begin today by taking a look at the site that Florida, the state of Florida, and the governor has identified as a site to dedicate for a potential future Trump presidential library. This is a live look from one of our cameras, a weather stem camera in Miami, looking at the Freedom Tower, which is in Miami there near the campus of Miami-Dade College and the Wolfson campus. There is 2.6 acres of land right next to that tower that the state is going to propose be dedicated toward a Donald J. Trump presidential library. The Attorney General, James Othmeyer, posted a video earlier saying he'll be voting yes on that. That land is currently being used as an employee parking lot for the Wolfson campus of Miami-Dade College. And the proposal is to set this land aside for a presidential library that would become the first presidential library established in the state. Now, earlier today, I spoke with Kimberly Leonard, who is a Politico reporter and the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. We talked about these new developments when it comes to a presidential library and a number of other Florida political topics as well.
Yeah, big news coming out of Miami-Dade College near where I live down here. There's a parking lot next to the Freedom Tower, which of course is an iconic building in downtown Miami, that Governor DeSantis would like to propose to his cabinet to use as the first presidential library. Now, we're still getting more details. We don't know if it's going to be one of several branches or if this is the end-all, be-all. But we do know, we can officially say that at least the things are moving ahead in terms of establishing the very first presidential library here in Florida, which would hold a lot of different, artifacts and events and things like that regarding President Donald Trump's first term and his second term. And I know that it's probably going to kick off a lot of, fundraising to start putting together millions of dollars that'll be needed for building the operation. But it's very interesting that it's happening so early. But I also think it's another olive branch for the governor to show that he's fully on board with President Trump's agenda and with Florida being a part of that.
And this is something that we know state lawmakers talked about in the last session as well. This is something that the state has really been trying to position themselves for looking ahead to this.
Yeah, the thing is that they were looking at several locations initially, and one of the things that had concerned state lawmakers was they thought that maybe local commissioners might step in and kind of make life difficult for President Trump, and that they might, put up a bunch of different zoning rules or restrictions and things like that. So the legislature actually ended up passing a bill that would preempt any kind of, local regulations, not federal ones. So those would still apply. But they really wanted to the way they put it was roll out the welcome mat for the presidential library. And they were all really excited about it. And they kind of put that out before they even knew that President Trump had settled on Florida, because they thought he might be looking in New York. But it does appear that Florida is a way, easier environment to build here. It's also a place where Trump is more popular. So we're still waiting to see if there's going to be, more. FIU had been in the mix, which is, also down here in the Miami area, as well as Florida Atlantic University. So I don't know if they're going to have another location there, or if they're going to have, artifacts at one and then maybe, different event space at another. We're still learning those things, but that was kind of a surprise to wake up to this morning, that this is all moving ahead pretty quickly.
Now, speaking of the Trump administration, you wrote in a Florida Playbook today about this new portal on combating violent extremism that the Attorney General announced, and how it is another way that the state of Florida is essentially acting as a force multiplier for the Trump administration. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, at pretty much every turn, Florida has tried to show that it's, the number one state that's on board with the MAGA agenda. And, lately, ever since the very public, very tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk, there has been not just a conversation about political violence, but about speech and speech that might lead to violence and what that looks like, and any concerns that might come around that in terms of being able to prevent violence, but also concerns about, what it means to have free expression and, where to draw the line and things like that. But the state attorney general's office is, at least giving it a shot. They're putting it's sort of like an online document that you can fill in, like a tip sheet, where people can use screen grabs that they see about social media posts that might represent a call for violence or cause any concerns, or they can post links. And so it does allow for anonymous reporting. So we'll kind of see how that goes, and what the implications are for AI as well, I think is a big factor, because, you can have these devices really build and invent things. So I do think it's complicated, but it sounds like they are sort of bouncing off a lot of the concerns that the Trump administration has about, political violence, and that they have talked about back in the White House, and looking for a way to support the White House, support Kirk's legacy. And so we'll see how it all plays out.
Meanwhile, in Tallahassee, discussions and conversations and presentations continue all about property taxes.
Yeah, this is probably the hottest topic for the 2026 election. It's become one of those things that, regular people, not just politicians, bring up to me all the time. And so the select committee is holding a meeting today, and also started yesterday, just to talk about some of the ways that property taxes work, what they fund, how to think about rolling back property taxes for people who've had to pay a lot toward them. Those who've been hit especially hard are seniors with fixed incomes, as well as people who are new to Florida, who are buying homes at, a much higher level than they were just even 4 years ago. And so they're having to pay a lot more in property taxes. And so there's just a discussion by the legislature about what the right approach might be. The governor has, of course, called for a complete repeal on all primary properties. I don't know that they'll get that, but that's, what he's pushing for. That's what the chief financial officer, Blaise Ngolia, is also pushing for. But there might be there might be a way to kind of meet them in the middle, where they could make sure that, let's say that county and city tax rates stay the same for next year. Maybe they could, pause it for seniors. Maybe they could raise the homestead exemption, which is the amount that people are taxed if it's their primary homes. So they sort of are putting together a lot of different ideas and seeing what they can do without, cutting it so steeply that police officers and firefighters and schools would be deeply affected.
Certainly going to be something to watch. We know they've been spending hours in these meetings. this week, so going to be interesting to see where things go from here. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, the shutdown deadline is still looming. President Trump, we learned today, canceled a meeting with top congressional Democrats over what he called unserious and ridiculous demands. So hard to tell where things go from here with a spending bill in Washington to keep the government operating. And I know you wrote in Florida Playbook about the impact of all of this on Florida.
Yeah, look, it looks like they're barreling toward a shutdown. I mean, we have a deadline for next year. And I should mention, they do this all the time, you know, where they say, okay, the government's going to shut down. And then they sort of come to an agreement at the last minute. But I don't know, this time feels a little bit different. The thing to keep in mind is that shutdowns do affect us down here in Florida. We have federal workers here in Florida, and, you know, they work in federal prisons, they work at NASA, they work in our national parks. And if the government has a shutdown, you keep those essential workers who, you know, for example, are working in federal prisons, but they don't get paid. So they still have to show up for work without getting paid. And the more prolonged it is, the harder that can be. You know, Florida has become a much more expensive place to live. So the idea of not getting a paycheck, and in an environment where groceries are already expensive, where property insurance is expensive, rent keeps going up, is going to be really, really difficult. And so I'm not sure how they get out of this. You know, a lot of the dispute is actually having to do with these Obamacare subsidies that help people pay for health insurance, which is something that also affects a lot of Floridians. So they have to figure out a way forward. But yes, the meetings are canceled. Nobody's getting along. It's all pretty standardly, you know, dysfunctional at this point. And there could be a lot of federal workers caught in the crosshairs there.
Kimberly, last thing I always ask you, what's next in Florida politics? What should we keep our eye on?
Oh boy. Well, I would keep watching the 2026 election. I think that we are going to see more candidates announced very, very shortly, because one thing to think about is that October marks a new quarter. And so people would rather, when they report their fundraising numbers, they would rather kind of have a whole quarter of fundraising to be able to show nice big numbers. And so I'm going to be attending an event that Jay Collins, who's the lieutenant governor, is doing in Miami this weekend, in Miami-Dade. And we'll see, you know, kind of what he says about his interest in running, and, you know, just continuing to watch whether the First Lady positions herself for a run as well, and how the governor plays all this out, because he doesn't want to support Byron Donalds, but he clearly cares about supporting President Trump, as we saw with the library, and about what happens with Florida and his legacy here.
So a lot to watch. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back with more after this. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. A live look right now at Daytona Beach on this Tuesday afternoon from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Now from the Atlantic beaches to Tampa Bay, we've got you covered here on Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and we appreciate you joining us this afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, and for that, we go to Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live from their newsroom in Tampa. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Today we're going to start off with a Florida couple that's been arrested for a series of robberies that happened at businesses just off of I-75. Now, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Talia Williams and Javoyne Ward, both of them are 21 years old, robbed businesses in Hillsborough, Sumter, Manatee, and Sarasota counties last week. Now, all of these businesses, as I mentioned, were located just off of I-75. Records show that Williams was allegedly the one who came up with a plan to rob these stores. Now, those records also show that she provided the car and the gun the couple used. Now, last Tuesday, documents show that the pair drove to a convenience store in Tampa, and that's where Ward went inside, showed a pistol, and demanded money. He did get about $600 from that store. Now, early the next morning, the couple drove to a gas station in Lake Panasoffkee, where Williams tried to rob the store using a gun, but she ultimately left without taking any money. Then on September 19th, they drove to 4 more stores. Those stores were located in Gibsonton, Ellenton, Nokomis, as well as Northport. Investigators said Ward walked into those stores with a gun and demanded money. And in Gibsonton, they said that Ward jumped over the counter to try to access the safe. In Ellenton, investigators say he threatened to pistol whip an employee because they were not moving fast enough. Now, a few hours after those last robberies, Williams posted photos on social media of the couple holding up wads of cash in their hands. On Sunday, law enforcement officers executed a search warrant at Williams' home and found the clothing that the pair were seen wearing in surveillance videos. Now, they both have been charged with Hobbs Act robbery, and if convicted, they each face up to 20 years in federal prison. Garrett?
Wow, quite the string of situations there. Meanwhile, Nancy, also tracking the arrest of a teenager in connection with a Tampa murder.
Yeah, that's right. 17-year-old Justin Hawker has been arrested after a body was found in a vacant lot in Tampa last week. Tampa police, they went to that vacant lot on North 39th Street on Friday and found the body of 37-year-old Andy Morrill. Police have not released many details about his death, and detectives were eventually led to a home on Pollock Drive. That's in unincorporated Hillsborough County, and that's where investigators said that they found blood evidence, and that blood evidence led them to believe that Morrill had been killed inside that home and then dumped in that vacant lot in Tampa. Now, Hawker, he has been arrested and he was identified as the murder suspect, and he was arrested yesterday. Now, Garrett, there are still a lot of unanswered questions here. We still don't know that whole much about how Morrill died, what the circumstances were surrounding his death, and we're also not sure at this point how he knew this 17-year-old or if they even knew each other. So there's definitely a lot of unanswered questions in this case. But again, a 17-year-old has been arrested after that body was found last week in a vacant lot in Tampa.
Okay, and finally here, Nancy, this is a bizarre case out of Pinellas Park.
Yeah, this is definitely an unusual case, and we can say normally we talk on the show about Florida man, but this time we are talking about a Florida woman, and I do have to say this has been one of our top stories on our website all day. Now, Pinellas Park Police, they say that Crystal Watts confronted a victim at the OCC Roadhouse last Thursday night, and she actually sprayed him with silly string. After she sprayed him with the silly string, police say she threw the empty can at him, cutting his forehead. Now, she was arrested and charged with battery. Like in that other case we talked about, there are a lot of questions left unanswered here. We don't know what the pair were arguing about, and we also don't know what the relationship was between Watts and the victim. What we do know is that she has bonded out of jail. But again, Crystal Watts, she has been arrested for battery after spraying silly string on someone at the OCC Roadhouse in Pinellas Park and then throwing the empty can at that person. Garrett?
Certainly not something you hear every day.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you hear every day. And, you know, again, we do talk about Florida man, and here's our Florida woman story of the day.
All right, Fox 13 digital content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
I do want to let you know we are tracking some breaking news here out of St. Lucie County, where we are seeing reporting from Fox News that a verdict has been reached in the trial of Ryan Ruth. He is the man who is facing charges in connection with that attempted assassination of, at the time, presidential candidate Donald Trump. At his golf club in South Florida last year. We know this is a trial that's been going on in federal court, so no cameras allowed inside the courtroom. Ruth is facing 5 federal charges, including attempted assassination, assaulting a federal officer, multiple firearms offenses. He did plead not guilty to all of those charges. He defended himself, represented himself in court. That brought up a number of issues and some interesting back and forths at times inside the courtroom. We talked about it a little bit as that trial was getting underway here on Florida Live and on Fox Local. If convicted, he could face life in prison for this. We know the jury began deliberating probably a couple of hours ago. I don't remember the exact time. I'll have to look back and see when that began. But that trial has been going on in Fort Pierce down in St. Lucie County. Deliberations beginning earlier today, and now seeing reporting that a verdict has been reached. We will try to keep you updated. Unclear how soon we will actually get the word of that verdict. So normally it takes some time to get everyone back into place before that verdict is actually read inside the courtroom. And again, we're not allowed to have cameras inside the federal courtroom, so it will also take a little bit more time to get the word coming out of the courtroom once that verdict is read. But we are monitoring that, wanted to let you know, and we will bring you updates as soon as we get them. A verdict has been reached in the trial of Ryan Ruth, who is charged with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. A live look from Port Canaveral and our Launch Credit Union camera in Brevard County. on this Tuesday afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. And thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. A Lake County Commission meeting still going on right now, been going on for several hours, where they've discussed several things today. Earlier this morning, if you were joining us on Fox 35 News Plus on Fox Local, we took you inside the meeting as they discussed and ended up not approving a hike on the gas tax, looking to raise it from 7 to 12 cents. Didn't end up happening because they needed a supermajority to do that. The debate this afternoon has been over renaming a road after Charlie Kirk, the late conservative activist who was assassinated at a university event in Utah just a week and a half or so ago. His memorial service on Sunday, highly televised, getting a lot of attention on social media. This was a proposal by Lake County Commissioner Anthony Sabatini, former state lawmaker, who introduced this this proposal to rename what is currently Wellness Way as Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway. He talked about it and introduced that in the meeting earlier today, and we heard public comments from a number of folks, a lot, speaking out, many of them against this move. One of them really brought some emotion to the front when he mentioned renaming the road instead after Master Deputy Bradley Link, who was a deputy with the Lake County Sheriff's Office, who was killed in an ambush-style shooting last year. That created a pretty tense environment and a heated exchange between a number of folks there. I want to play for you a little bit of that meeting earlier today and some of the debate that we heard as Lake County considers this renaming, this proposal to rename a road after Charlie Kirk.
Very much. So, as you all very well know, something very horrible and tragic happened in this country 2 weeks ago. Arguably one of the most famous and respected members of my generation, Charlie Kirk, who's one of the greatest Americans who's ever lived, and is already, just within hours of his death, been announced as a recipient, soon to be recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, something that only 680 Americans have ever gotten. I think it's only appropriate that he deserves national recognition at the state, local, and national level. And so he has, if you don't know, and a lot of people don't know who he is if they're much older and they're not involved with sort of civic life at a younger generation, the largest youth leader, I'll just leave it at that, largest youth leader, I would say, in the history of the country. Certainly the largest amount of, he's led the largest civic revival of any American in the last 50 years, without any comparison. He's registered more voters to vote in American politics than anybody in the last 50 years. And these, of course, are the qualifications of why Donald Trump has awarded him already the Presidential Medal of Freedom. 1,200 high school chapters of the Turning Point USA, 900 at the college level. He's somebody I knew pretty personally. I spent quite a bit of time with him. And so I don't think that any normal, sane person would ever speak out against naming a significant road after somebody as great as Charlie Kirk. It's not even a debate. If the debate is which road, I'm obviously more than happy. We have thousands and thousands of roads in Lake County, and I think a debate about geography and which road is obviously a healthy one. But I think it's very sinister that we received through our emails, the five of us, because we were copying most of them, emails from a coordinated radical left political campaign who sought to defame this young man who was slain down based on his political views, mercilessly killed, assassinated, leaving 2 children behind, literally days and weeks after he was killed. And I think it's, I just have to say, because today should be a positive day of remembering somebody great, somebody who just on Sunday had, I think, what's now recorded as the largest funeral, largest memorial gathering in the history of the country, had 90,000 people there, 20,000 in a nearby stadium, 20 million watching. It's only appropriate. So the question of what road we name after Charlie Kirk, obviously, I think there's going to be some more discussion on that. I chose a prominent road. I chose a prominent road that many people in Central Florida know well and travel every day. And the reason why is because Charlie was at one point a Floridian, had an enormous effect over Florida and started dozens, if not hundreds, of college chapters of Turning Point, even some here, right here in Lake County at the high school level, and changed the lives of countless Americans. On top of that, additionally, he's one of the greatest evangelical Christians of his time, brought more people to Christ, and led a larger spiritual revival than anybody. Again, I mean this sincerely. I'm not trying to be sensational. I can't see how anyone
All right,
could
listen,
ever.
I don't want to interrupt, but
Sure.
we don't do this. And if you're going to blurt stuff out and you're going to, carry on like this, I'm going to have to ask you to go. If you want to just sit here and listen, and then you have a chance, you can say what you want to say. But this isn't the way that things are supposed to work.
Again, it has to be said, how a person could be opposed to naming a road after somebody of such national significance, one of less than 700 people in the history of the country to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's announced, but it's coming in the following days, is beyond me, especially when you have thousands and thousands of unnamed roads in this county and throughout the state of Florida. He was a great American. He was a great Christian. He was a great leader. Obviously, he's more than deserving of this honor. And I'm hoping every county steps up, and I'm hoping every city steps up to name some place or road after Charlie Kirk. He truly was, in my opinion, the greatest member of our generation thus far. An absolute American hero whose life will never be forgotten and whose message will never be cut down because of political violence from the radical left. And that is just absolutely disturbing that anyone could be opposed. With that said, I would move to approve this resolution.
I would like to thank the Commission for allowing us residents to be here today and have a say on this matter. I think and I hope we can all agree that hearing out the voices of all the people is what the bedrock of this great nation is all about. I do take a little aim at one comment, though. I do like fact-checking. Martin Luther King Jr. was not a Democrat or a Republican. He was just a great American leader who worked to not divide us, to unite us. Let me just start off by saying that I believe what happened to Charlie Kirk was truly appalling. I hope we can all agree that political extremist violence from either side is not the answer to political disagreements, nor reflect the American values representing our freedoms of expression and free speech with regards to our God-given constitutional rights. I feel terribly for the Kirk family, just as I did for the family of Minnesota State Senator Melissa Hortman and her husband, who were fatally shot inside of their home by an extremist gunman in June. Both of these cases were equally as tragic, and both should be remembered as such. These types of incidents, while higher in profile, sadly have become the norm in today's politically heated society. Both of these could have been preventable with better understanding of common sense gun control laws, which do have broad appeal across the political spectrum when discussed in such a manner. I'm sick and tired of hearing thoughts and prayers and deeply concerned. When you pray, move your feet is an African proverb popularized by civil rights leader John Lewis, meaning that prayer is not complete without corresponding action. What we should be doing is trying to stop these senseless political acts of extremist violence and hate from continuing happening daily in our schools, places of worship, and public places. These deaths are as equally as tragic, but sometimes get forgotten the next day. So I'm here today because I believe that we should be focusing this memorial for something more focused toward Lake County and its residents. Charlie Kirk already has plenty of other areas around the country already planned for such, which included a primetime televised national memorial ceremony. Why don't we take this moment to be more localized with our county resources and history and put up a memorial to show what makes Lake County great again? This is why I propose we focus our time and energy with this proposal to instead honor a truly beloved fallen hero who was killed in the line of duty and who called Lake County home. That person is Lake County Deputy Bradley Michael Link, who was also a U.S. Army Reserve veteran. He had served with the Lake County Sheriff's Office for 4.5 years and had previously served with the Polk County Sheriff's Office. Just like Kirk and Hortman, he left behind a loving family, community, and fellow comrades who still mourn his loss to this day. Deputy Kirk died while honorably serving this county in the line of duty and should have just as much attention and praise from this commission and community. Wouldn't it be more suitable and ideal to have a memorial to honor someone who fought to serve and protect us? have a true, actual Lake County resident who was a brave American hero. I hope you believe, as I do, in supporting
We had 3 minutes.
and our local law enforcement. And let me just tell you this, in these dark dystopian times, let's remember Deputy Link, and let's look at
We had 3 minutes.
unite and not divide us, and that includes you, Mr. Sabatini.
How dare you use that deputy's name for your petty political argument? How dare you?
All right.
How dare you?
All right.
Disgusting. You're a disgusting person. How dare you? Unbelievable, man.
All right. I got it. All right. This is ridiculous.
That was the debate inside the Lake County Commission meeting, still going on right now, still hearing some public comment and some strong words as well. Breaking news here on Florida Live. This in reporting from Fox News. Guilty on all charges. That is the jury's verdict when it comes to Ryan Ruth, who is facing these charges: attempting to assassinate a major presidential candidate, assaulting a federal officer, possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. Ruth, of course, was charged, now convicted, in connection with the attempted assassination of then presidential candidate Donald Trump. This is body camera video from his arrest. It happened outside his golf club in Palm Beach County. Ruth has been on trial for the past couple of weeks in Fort Pierce, which is in St. Lucie County, inside federal court there. So breaking news this afternoon, guilty on all charges. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. The Miami Marlins are making some changes. They're having their coaches now calling pitches from the dugout at the Major League Baseball level instead of the catchers calling the pitches. We are going to dive into that and some of the impact that they are already seeing from that. I'm going to bring in Lance Brozdowski, who is the player development analyst with Marquee Sports Network, has a big following on YouTube as well. And Lance, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, let's talk some ball.
Yeah, let's. But before we dive into what's going on with the Marlins and the impact they're seeing from that, I want to get your thoughts on the kind of the breaking news this afternoon. Major League Baseball approving the automated balls and strikes challenge system that we have seen in spring training, seen it in some of the minor leagues, but sounds like it's coming to Major League Baseball next year. What do you think about it?
Yeah, universally, this is a fantastic move. I'm pretty happy that it's happening for next year and they're not delaying yet another season. They tried this out in spring training. I think it was universally loved. I think fans will love it. It's very, very quick. If you've ever watched a minor league game where this was implemented, it happens almost instantaneously. And we kind of figured this maybe was on the table for this coming season, particularly because we saw at the beginning of the year, the league adjusted how umpires were graded in terms of how much buffer they got. So they started to kind of shrink the zone because for the most part, historically, the zone's been called a little bigger than that box you see on screen. The average team if you combine batters and pitchers, how many missed calls does the average team have? Somewhere around like 1,500. I'm not going to say every single one of those calls is going to be overturned, but we're pushing to the point where when you're watching a game and you see an egregious mistake and you flip out at your TV, we'll very quickly have those corrected. It's going to be fascinating also to see how teams distribute where the challenges are coming from. You get 3, I believe, over the course of a game, then 1 if it goes to extra innings. And maybe that'll be the pitcher, the catcher, the best hitters. Does the worst hitter get a chance to do it? It's going to be interesting to see how it is eventually adopted by teams.
Yeah, it's going to add a whole nother layer of strategy, it seems, and going to be interesting to see kind of how that changes how teams may value catchers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Catchers are going to have, I think, a lot of say in this. We saw early in spring training that among the sample of calls that were challenged at spring training facilities, catchers were actually the most accurate in getting overturns. So I kind of wonder if you have I'm trying to think, like the Giants have Patrick Bailey, Kyle Raleigh, some of the best catchers in baseball. Teams maybe just say, hey, you can't as the batter challenge. We're going to put it all on the catcher because if their rate of accuracy is better, you want as many calls overturned as you can in a given game. And we'll see which catchers kind of pop in that respect.
Another element to watch for. Now let's talk about the Marlins here because they made some news by announcing that they were going to have a coach start calling pitches instead of the catcher. Just kind of walk us through how this is working, what the process is before we kind of dive into some of the data. What's different about this?
Yeah, it's interesting. So basically what they're doing is they're using a usage model. So this is something that isn't really available publicly, but some teams internally, I think actually most teams internally have one. And it's essentially telling you what pitch to throw and what count based on prior history of that shape, the pitcher's success with that shape, et cetera. So for example, in an 0 count, it might be like, hey, we think your fastball is your best pitch, so throw it, 60 to 70% of the time. But when you go to an 0-2 count, your slider is actually better at generating swing and miss off the plate. So maybe go to that thing 50, 55%. Essentially, these usage models help teams understand what to throw and what counts to make them a better staff overall. Historically, what we've seen is just catchers are the ones that make these calls. And obviously, catchers are in pitching meetings, they're in, advanced prep meetings. They understand what to do. But what I think the Marlins are betting on here is they can have a small efficiency advantage by taking that out of the catcher's hands and not letting him, or Liam Hicks with the Marlins or whoever else across the league have basically almost full autonomy to make certain calls in certain spots. They're playing the edges here and assuming they could get a very small marginal gain that will help out their staff overall. The logistics of it, if you didn't see it over the weekend, essentially, after every pitch, the catcher looks over to the dugout, and an individual named Alon Lakeman is the assistant pitching coach who is literally holding up like a sequence of numbers, which the catcher then looks down at his wristband and feeds it to the pitcher. It's a very quick process, obviously, because with no men on base, there's a 15-second pitch clock. And so far, it's been pretty successful for the Marlins. I believe they won all 3 games over the weekend, which is an encouraging sign. And I'm curious to see if they adopt this into next year.
Yeah, the first performance we saw, the first pitcher they did it with Jansen Junk, and you see the pretty good results there.
Yeah, he pitched really well. I think the funniest thing too is if you're thinking about like why are they doing this? Again, it's that marginal edge. But I would say like the guiding force here is to figure out the distribution of fastballs to non-fastballs and make sure that over the course of a game, over the course of a 90 to 100 pitches that a guy like Jansen Junk is throwing, you're on track with it. You're not overthrowing fastballs or overthrowing sliders to the point where, you're starting to get into what you'd call like negative expected value territory for that individual pitcher. It's very data-y, science-y, kind of nerdy overall. And you can see right now the Marlins are the lowest in Major League Baseball in terms of throwing their fastballs. So I'm going to classify fastball as a four-seamer or a sinker. I'm going to take cutters out of it specifically. But the Marlins throw the fewest of these kinds of pitches already. And I'm not entirely sure if the model is going to drop this number more. But again, it's a guiding thing to help them in maybe one individual game where Liam Hicks is like, no, I think the fastball is working really well. I kind of feel like this model and alone calling the pitches is going to be a way for them to kind of check that and make sure they're staying on track with what they believe will give them an edge over the course of the full season.
For a general audience, Lance, why does this matter as far as that pitch mix and those numbers that we're seeing on the screen there?
Yeah, I mean, it matters just from a raw success standpoint. Fastballs allow the most damage. They generate some of the least swing and miss, especially when it's not a very good fastball. We've seen some of the sharper teams in Major League Baseball push away from the fastball. This happened with the Red Sox, the Marlins year over year, specifically in the minors as they brought in Peter Bendix and a variety of new pitching brass, Gabe Kapler, Bill Hiesel as the director of pitching. A lot of sharp minds that are very, very data focused. For the most part, this is what the data says. Now, you do have teams that are zagging against this. In Major League Baseball, I think of teams like the Chicago Cubs, which I cover, the Dodgers, the Tigers are also, or maybe not the Tigers, but we'll say the Dodgers in particular are teams that throw a lot of very good four-seam fastballs. So maybe it's not that they hate four-seam fastballs as a whole. They just know which ones are very good. And for the most part, I think they're kind of admitting a lot of guys on their staff maybe don't have the best four-seam fastballs. And as a result of that, should be throwing pitches which they expect to gather better results over the course of 162.
So this new way of calling pitches and kind of relying on that a little more, is this something other teams are doing?
It's not, no. I mean, I imagine some teams are looking at how they're calling pitches objectively and then feeding that information back to the catcher, and then maybe the catcher is making subtle adjustments. I very much think this exists in some of the sharper organizations. Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, Red Sox probably are all doing some version of this, but taking it to the extent that the individual, again, a lone lineman on the sideline, the assistant pitching coach is literally, or in the dugout, literally looking at a piece of paper and referencing like a model alongside this coding system that they're throwing to the catcher. That's very different than what other teams have done. So that last Friday with Jansen Junk throwing was the first time in the pitch comm era, I guess you could call it. So that'd be since 2022 that we saw a team fully take it out of the catcher's hands. There's still an ability for the catcher to shake. There was actually a moment where Calvin Fauché on Saturday shook from, I believe, a slider to a fastball and gave up a home run in the ninth inning to Kyle Gashioka. So, I mean, again, one instance where the model told him to do something and the catcher, or I believe it was the pitcher, again, Fauché, shook it off and had a poor result. I think that's something that they're trying to prevent, right? Again, it's a one instance. I imagine there's going to be times where you shake and then you strike out a guy and you could maybe go to the Marlins front office and be like, hey, if I went to the pitch you said, I would have given up a homer. But it's kind of funny. We saw already the challenge system, or excuse me, not the challenge system, again, bogged down by what we talked about earlier. The ability to call pitches from the dugout has helped the Marlins.
Yeah, you had to imagine the Marlins coaching staff was saying, see, I told you so.
I know.
In that moment. But talk about, you mentioned like the margins and how this is going to help. How does this help a team specifically like the Marlins?
I mean, the Marlins have not had a good pitching staff this year. Unfortunately, they had the underperformance of Sandy Alcantara to start the year. Yuri Perez didn't get back to the midway point in the season. He hasn't been that successful. Jansen Junk is an incredible success story. But overall, I mean, they have almost universally a bottom five pitching staff in baseball. I don't think that's necessarily a byproduct of the people they brought in. A lot of the times when you bring in individuals like this, it's going to take a little bit of time. We saw this with the Astros and the Orioles and a variety of other teams that made pretty wholesale changes in their front office. There's usually like a subtle dip before you have that swing up. So to me, this is something that I think going into next year, I'm pretty fascinated to see the results with, especially as we'll see if they keep Sandy Alcantara through the offseason, et cetera. But you have a full season of Yuri Perez. Maybe they make a free agent acquisition. They have a couple really good pitchers in the minors in Robbie Snelling and Thomas White, some of their top pitching prospects. I think we'll get major league innings next year. I think this staff could be pretty good next year. Overall, I had a bold prediction on my YouTube channel earlier this season that they'd have like a top 5 pitching staff in baseball. Yeah, that looks terribly wrong because they're going to be one of the worst. But I have this old saying, never wrong, just early. And I think I'm just a little bit early on the Marlins here. They're making a lot of sharp decisions that I think will eventually pay off.
Do you think, we talked about other teams and how they may be looking at this. Do you think they're kind of looking at how the Marlins are doing with this to see whether they jump in with 2 feet too?
Yeah, exactly. I forgot I didn't answer that question you asked earlier. I think absolutely. This league is a copycat league, right? So if the Marlins have some outside success through the end of the season, I think particularly into next year, I would bet that you probably have another team pick this up. The problem, I think, is going to be with teams with more veteran catchers and veteran pitching coaches. Marlins have an especially young pitching coach in Daniel Moscos, who came from the Cubs, very sharp guy. But I wonder, you think of the team they played, the Rangers, who has Mike Maddox, who's been in the league for forever. You definitely consider him in the old school bucket. If you came to him and presented this idea, I think he'd probably laugh you off out of his office, So you need a convergence of a lot of things in terms of like the catchers, maybe inexperience that can't defend the idea that he can have some edge over the model by reading a hitter's swing, et cetera, et cetera. And I also wonder too, like you got to have probably somewhat of a younger staff, which the Marlins have. I know Sandy's kind of the veteran there, but you need a convergence of factors. And I don't know off the top of my head who'd be maybe the next team to pick it up. Perhaps like the Rays are a very advanced team sticking in Florida as well. Maybe they would pick something like this up. They're a very like centralized target team, very analytically driven. They've been analytically driven for a variety of years here. Peter Bendix comes from that regime there in Tampa. So I think that if the Marlins are successful, we'll see another team pick this up next year. As to whether it sweeps the league, I don't think so. I just think there are too many barriers to get over in terms of the catchers and a lot of the more old school minds not stuck in front offices. A lot of these old school coaches are very good and provide a lot of value. I just think you need a convergence of a lot of factors, which the Marlins have, in order to execute this in a way that isn't going to ruffle feathers to the point where you have like a mutiny in an organization.
That's a good point. Still gotta keep people happy there. Lance Brozdowski, player development analyst with the Marquee Sports Network. It's been fun talking about this with you. Really appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
And folks, if you haven't seen his YouTube channel, you want to check it out if you're a baseball fan. It's really good stuff. So Lance, we appreciate it.
Thanks a ton. Yeah, check out the YouTube.
We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. We got an update today on the next NASA moon mission. We're talking about Artemis 2, which is scheduled to launch early next year, where they will be sending 4 astronauts around the moon. This is not the one that will land on the moon, but it's scheduled to go around the moon, a 10-day test flight on a mega moon rocket, testing life support, some new technology, basically a step toward building a full crewed moon landing when it comes to Artemis 3. We had an update today from NASA officials speaking in Houston and giving an update on that. Here's a little bit of what they said earlier today.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. I'm glad we opened with that video. It gets your heart pumping, and it reminds us of the historic nature of the mission that we are about to embark upon. We're here today to talk about Artemis 2, and we together have a front row seat to history. We're returning to the moon after over 50 years during the Apollo program, the Apollo era, and we are going back to the moon. Now, this is a series of tests, Artemis is. Artemis 1 was a 25-day mission. It was a great success where we demonstrated the capabilities of the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft, and all of the supporting operational and ground systems. We were able to test out those capabilities in a real deep space environment. And so now here we are moving on to Artemis 2. Artemis 2 is a 10-day test flight. We will be launching 4 crew, our friends, Commander Reed Wiseman, and pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. And them, along with our ground teams, we are going to be working together to execute this mission. But let me emphasize that this is a test flight. And so the activities that we do together, we are going to learn from them. And so while Artemis 1 was a great success, there are new systems and new capabilities that we will be demonstrating on Artemis 2, including the life support systems, the display capabilities, software, and et cetera. We'll be taking lessons learned that we learned from Artemis 1 and incorporating that into Artemis 2, and then building upon what we learned from the last mission. This is a stepped approach, and all that we learned from Artemis 2, we will build upon that to prepare us for our first crewed landing on the surface of the moon for Artemis 3. Now, there are some things that we're doing for Artemis 2. We can talk a little bit about what that mission will look like.
So some of the talk of the next moon mission there earlier today. I do want to bring you this reaction from President Donald Trump, since we had the breaking news a little bit ago of the guilty verdict of Ryan Ruth, charged in connection with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. This post on Truth Social from the president just a few minutes ago, saying congratulations to Attorney General Pam Bondi, the Deputy Attorney General, the entire DOJ team on the conviction in Florida of the person who attempted an assassination on my life. Going on to say the trial was meticulously handled, saying this was an evil man with an evil intention, and they caught him. Thanking the Secret Service, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and others, saying they acted quickly, which led to his arrest and conviction, saying what incredible instinct and foresight this person had, basically getting the car information that led to his arrest. A very big moment for justice in America. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We'll be back here tomorrow at 2 with more. Have a great afternoon.
Hello everybody, meteorologist Noah Bergen here, and I'll be joined in a few minutes with TJ Springer here on a Tuesday afternoon, the 23rd of September. Hope you've been having a great day out there so far. We are live on Fox Local, YouTube, and our Facebook page. If you'd love to chime in, love to hear from you here. We've got a lot to discuss today in the weather world. Several things pertaining to the tropics. I mean, when I tell you the tropics are very busy, they are very busy. In fact, we've got several systems to track out there. But first, I just want to bring it to what's going on outside right now, because we do actually have a healthy coverage of storms and showers out there for today, which was actually the forecast for today, that there'd be a notable uptick in storms. Now, right now, oddly enough, there's only a couple of isolated cells up over here. There's some really big thunderstorms over Brevard County, but what I think we'll see fill in through the later afternoon is this area here should see more thunderstorms. So if you're watching us from, let's say, Orlando, the Villages, Ocala, Clearmont, Winter Park, there should be more showers and storms that fill in there over the next, let's say, half an hour to 3 hours, if you will. Further down here in Brevard County, some really big thunderstorms from Fort Pierce down to St. Lucie County. Also some big thunderstorms in the Palm Bay area. Probably the biggest thunderstorm in our coverage area is in the Melbourne Beach area. A little bit more reminiscent of a summer downpour than what we are in now, which is early fall. Now, I'll look on the velocity data. There's really nothing in here of concern in terms of wind, in terms of hail. I mean, I guess there could be some small hail, but that's really about it there. And there's been a lot of thunderstorms there, at least earlier today. Now, what we're going to watch is you see this green line that was sent out from those thunderstorms right here. That's an outflow boundary combined with the this late in the year. There's not really a huge sea breeze, not like it is in peak summer. As that moves west, could spark some new thunderstorms in this squiggly area through 5 o'clock. But look, not everybody's going to see rain tonight, but many will. And really, over the last 5 days, there's been nothing. You see a couple of small showers here up by Pearson, a couple of small showers here over by Bunnell and Flagler Beach, a couple of showers back here from Spring Hill, but really across the state, it's more prevalent in South Florida. You can see that there, but it's not going to be anything severe for today, which is good news. So there's the live radar right now. Let us know where you're watching from. I'm going to pull up some of your comments and questions here on Facebook, and I'm going to talk you through a little bit of the weather disco here for the next few minutes, and then we'll take a break. We'll bring in TJ. TJ and I will chat up with you what's going on in the world today, and then we'll hear from Brooks and Jess. And then at the end of the half hour, we'll talk a little bit more about the tropics. So let me give you the tropical update for today. Let me take this full so you can see it, because there's a lot that I want you to be able to see. So here's Gabrielle as of the 2 o'clock advisory, and this is a big hurricane. Really big hurricane. Now it's past its peak intensity. It's going to start to weaken here, but it's a big storm. It reached Category 4 status very quickly. Now I'll show you how far it is from us here. Let me just zoom this out and show you. So the eye of the hurricane, which is right there, is about 1,000 miles east of Cape Hatteras, and it's about 1,500 miles to the northeast of the Space Coast. Now we reported on this last night. If you caught our newscast, there were a couple hundred rescues over the weekend in Volusia County. Well, a hurricane even being 1,400 miles out, this is going to create a long fetch of onshore swell. The rip current risk has been high the last few days. It'll be high again through tomorrow. Then once the hurricane gets further east, that rip current threat will go away. But it's a good visual reminder. You might not think about it, but definitely a hurricane being out in the ocean is going to increase the rip current threat for sure. So let me give you more on Gabrielle, which was our second hurricane of the year. And it's interesting, this is the first time since 2007 where both the first two hurricanes were Cat 4s or 5s. And I believe 2007, off my research last night, is the last time that has happened. So here's a zoom in, 130 mile an hour moving east-northeast at 20. And if you look at this, what you can notice is if you just kind of divide it in half, the western half is starting to get a little bit more fragmented than the eastern half, which tells you there's some drier air coming in from the west. They just divide it in quadrants. In fact, let me just stop this and show you visually what I'm talking about. So we'll zoom you in here, and I want you to look. this is the latest frame of the satellite. If we just, let me change this pin to some hot pink. Again, hello, Facebook friends. How are you? Hello, YouTube. Hello on Fox Local. If you just divided this up in quadrants like this, look how there's a lot more thunderstorms and convection in this quadrant and in this quadrant. And over here, there's not much because there's some dry air starting to get wrapped in from the west, which is going to start weakening it here pretty quickly, actually, over the next couple of days. Hello, all of you on Facebook. Hello, hello, hello. It's a Tuesday at 3:06. So the good news is that Gabrielle is no more threat to land. It's pulling away. Here is the latest spaghetti plot for Gabrielle, and notice all of the models take it away from Florida. But the interesting thing is, let me show this to you full screen here. The interesting thing is many of them actually take it into Portugal and Western Europe as a remnant low into next week. So Gabrielle, powerful hurricane, it's moving away. That's the headline, and it was the second hurricane of the year, which oddly enough was a Cat 4. And Aaron was the other one in a Cat 5. So that now means Umberto and Imelda are next up. So out there we have two other tropical waves behind Gabrielle. There's one here in red and there's one in orange. And these are the development probabilities over the next week. So it's crystal clear here for you. In the next week, there's a high chance of development in red and a medium chance in orange. So Gabrielle 1, red zone 2, orange zone 3. Now, I understand the orange zone kind of looks like it's near us. There's the most remote chance that that's going to end up impacting us. It does not appear to be a threat to us in any way. And here's why. The reason why is because over us this weekend, there's a pretty stout upper level low. And in English, what this means is that the air up aloft is, again, you can see this is the jet stream going like this. So what that's going to do, the flow around that is going to help pick up this tropical wave that's over here and lift it north. But because the low's there, even if the low up aloft got full hold of it, the most wonky, crazy path it could do is probably something like that. And then it gets pulled into the west like that as a remnant rainmaker. But notice that's still not into Florida. So there is a chance, some of the models today I'll show you after we take a break, are trying to develop this into a hurricane in this area. It's only maybe about a third of the models. Obviously, a hurricane being off of our east coast, which here's the Space Coast, that's going to grab some attention. But because of this low that's here, it's just next to impossible for that, unless it moved west more, next to impossible for this to come into the east coast of Florida like that. It just can't happen. Now, it could come really close. You know, it could take a path like this wave, whatever it becomes, like that. But it appears extremely unlikely it would make a direct threat to us in Florida, which is good news. Now, here's the European model. Let me see if this updated so far today. See if we got the 12Z data in. We don't, sadly. So here's last night's Euro. We're going to get the new Euro in shortly. And notice by... Let me turn off these pixel queries. Now here's Sunday at 8 a.m. And I filtered this out to make it super... Hello. Welcome back, everybody. How are you? We've got TJ Springer here with us. Say hello.
Hi. How's everybody doing today?
How are you doing today?
I'm in mourning because
You're in
of
mourning.
I'm in mourning because of
Yes.
Monday Night Football.
Yeah. So if you don't know, TJ's from the Maryland area originally, the Baltimore area, and is a big Ravens fan.
Yes.
And if you're not a sporty type like us, they lost last night to the Lions,
Yes.
which looked. A lot has been said in the sports talk world about they lost both their coordinators and the downfall of them. But it turns out when you still have good people on the team,
and you have a coach
they're the
like
ones
Dan
who are
Campbell.
running, actually hitting people and moving the ball.
Exactly.
The players are still there, but they looked good.
They looked really good.
I mean, going into Baltimore to win, I feel like is
On prime time, no less. That doesn't happen terribly. It's crazy. They were talking about Dan Campbell and his stats as head coach. How first, I think there was a few wins the first, and just how much the team as a whole has improved since he's been the head coach in Detroit. And one of our EPs, as you know, Josh, he is a huge Lions fan, so he texted me last night. He's like, "I'm really sorry." I said, "That's okay. My dog is hiding, and everything's gonna be fine. Everything's great. It's just a game at the end." But I was very riled up.
How many of these close games are they going to lose?
I know.
For the Ravens. I mean, how many years are they? I mean, Lamar's got like the highest QBR in the league.
Yeah, ever.
They haven't done squat.
And the Lamar had a great game. I mean, I think you can't blame.
I mean, they had 7 sacks.
Yeah, he got sacked, but in terms of like his numbers, his yards, his touchdowns, they were really, really good. But yeah, you can't get. But I mean, that's the O-line. I mean, you can't.
Right.
Granted, I think he was trying to make some things happen. He definitely could have used his legs more last night.
Well, the interesting thing to put a bow tie on your feelings for today is the interesting thing is on the football convo is that your guys they go to Kansas City next week. Who's
to take on the
also
1 and 2 Chiefs.
So one of those teams is going to be 1-3,
which is wow.
I think of the 2 best teams in the league is going to be 1-3 after next weekend. That would be wild.
It's wild. I think.
Who's it going to be?
It's interesting, and you look at Mahomes' stats
There's
versus Lamar.
There's no way they're going to let the Chiefs be 1-3.
I mean,
that's going to be a tough climb with the refs and the crowd. And
It is. But I mean, every time we've played the Chiefs in recent history, the games have been always decided by 7 points or less. It seems.
Right.
And it's always down to the wire. It's always crazy.
Right.
We have not. I don't think the Ravens have beaten the Chiefs at Arrowhead in the Mahomes era.
They've been close. I remember they had a lot of close games.
A lot of close games. But Mahomes has 3 TDs. Lamar has, I think, 10. So it's interesting to see how many. Granted, he's used his legs a little more.
True.
I think this. So it'll be a great game. I think that's our game of the week. I think that's. I think that's Fox. I don't know if it's Fox CBS.
I don't know.
I can't remember if it's a Fox. That might be. I think it might be a Fox game. It might be.
I know most of the Ravens games are not on Fox, but.